All right. Good morning, everybody. Give me a second here to get in front of the camera. I'll do an introduction, then I'll move the I'll adjust the left-hand camera here in just a second to give us a better view. But let me get through the intro. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Hopefully y'all can hear me and y'all can see me. Welcome. My name is Andrew. This is Rocket Future. Today we have live views of SpaceX's Starbase, and we hope to see Booster 7 lifted back onto the pad. Now, it's quite windy out here today, and my windsock actually ripped, so I don't know how the audio quality is going to be. I do have a second mic that might be better with the wind, so I'm gonna look into that in just a few minutes, and we'll switch over to those mics if this one's bad. But it is pretty breezy, so I wouldn't be surprised if the wind is really cutting through on my voice here. So as you can see, we have live views of Starbase. A lot of prep work over at Starbase today to do what looks like lifting Booster 7 back onto the orbital launch mount. Now, Booster 7 was removed from the launch mount weeks ago, and they've been doing a lot of work on the launch mount itself. There was a lot of scaffolding up on the launch mount. They installed a bunch of that armor around the outside of the OLM. There was some new plates on top of the OLM. They did some work to the clamps, I believe. Really, they've just been working hard on that launch mount for weeks at this point. Just a couple days ago, we started to see some of that scaffolding come off, and a lot of it started to come off within the last 24 or 48 hours. So now they moved Booster 7 back towards the OLM. And crews were working to remove the pins and everything to get this thing lifted up today. They just kind of closed the road down just a few minutes ago, so I think it's pretty likely that we could see a lift here sometime pretty soon. So I'm gonna take a moment and get off of camera, go full screen, and adjust the camera and just make sure that we're rocking and rolling. That way, if this thing gets off the ground soon, we'll have a good view of it. But thanks for joining, everybody. Let me just quickly check in on chat here. How's everybody doing? Let me know where you're watching from. Electric Overlands, Lot, Detroit Mission Control, Maria, Yazada, Adrian, Carlos, Jeff. Welcome, everybody. Yazada says audio is good. Detroit also says voice is good. Good. I'm glad the wind isn't cutting in too much. Balint, welcome. Huge shout out to all of our members here. Yazada, thank you so much. Thanks for supporting the channel. While we get things kicking and going here, feel free to drop any questions in the chat, and hang out in the chat, talk amongst each others, and enjoy the company of other rocket enthusiasts. This is an exciting moment, actually. Getting Booster 7 back onto the pad. This might be the last lift we ever see of Booster 7. If this thing can get off the ground using its own propulsion here, hopefully within the next month or so. So, all right, give me a couple minutes to set things up. Thanks for hanging out with us. All right, so as you can see, that big silver, what looks like a tower, to the left-hand side of the tallest tower, that's Booster 7. So the tallest thing you see there is the launch tower, the OLIT, Orbital Launch Integration Tower. And again, just to the left side of that big silver thing, that's Booster 7. That is the first stage of a Starship rocket. And hopefully this is the booster that's going to bring Starship to nearly to orbital inclinations, orbital velocities on a launch, hopefully next month. Now you see towards the top of Booster 7, there's two black arms that are kind of hugging the top of Booster 7. Those are the chopsticks. Those are actually attached to the launch tower on the right-hand side, and those will be what's used to lift Booster 7 up. and then pivot it over the launch mount and lower it onto the launch mount. It's really, really cool to see. It actually, like, in person, especially on the rare opportunities you can actually see a lift from Boca Chica Beach. It really just looks like a giant building lifting up another building and moving it around. It's really insane. So hopefully that's something we see here. Huge milestone for an upcoming launch. Detroit Mission Control says, do you think that they're going to put shielding on the OLM to protect all the pipes underneath it? So I would have expected them to do like 80 to 90% of what they had to do on the OLM while Booster 7 was off. The fact that they're, prepping to put Booster 7 back on now makes me think that a lot of that work is already done, or what they want to do before Orbital, at least, is done. But you never know. They might get Booster 7 back on the pad and start prepping it, and in parallel start doing some work underneath on those pipes that they can do in parallel while Booster 7 is on the pad. So yeah, it's very possible. Good morning, Todd. Welcome, Padma Kumara and Rita. Welcome everybody from Hungary. I'm going to take a moment to tweet out that we're live, so just hang out with us. Yeah, so like I was saying, I'm pretty excited that it looks like we could see a lift here today. It's been actually a couple nice few weeks here where there hasn't been a ton of like the really exciting activity down here at Starbase. Now, of course, SpaceX has been working on really extremely important work getting everything ready for launch day, but it really hasn't been the type of work that I would come out here and do a long stream about. So it's actually been a little bit of a break, which was great because a couple months ago I felt like I was down here at Isablanca Park multiple times a week, and at Starbase a couple times a week, and it was a lot. It was really a lot. So I know we just started hitting these thresholds with the channel. We became a YouTube partner, and we've had all this really amazing growth on the channel. So don't worry, I know it's been a little bit slow on the channel recently, but things are picking up here. As we start to see more happening here, we're going to have more live streams right up until Orbital, and then we'll see what happens after Orbital. Maybe I'll take a little bit of a break after Orbital, depending how intense the next few weeks are here. So this is going to be a stream, of course, waiting for Booster 7 to get lifted up by the tower and put onto the OLM. Next big thing I would expect to see is Ship 24 rolling back from the build site down to the launch site here, which is another stream that I'll do my best to cover for y'all. Eventually, when Ship 24 is lifted onto Booster 7, which I would expect to be not too long after Ship 24 arrives at the launch site, we'll try to stream that for you as well. And then if there's going to be any testing that happens prior to the orbital launch attempt, we'll cover those as well. And obviously on launch day, I got big plans for the stream So I hope y'all are ready. On launch day, I really encourage y'all to check out everybody's stream. Don't just stick with one channel. Try to get everybody's unique perspective from each and everybody that's streaming the Starship launch. It's going to be really an amazing day, a big step forward for space enthusiasts, for SpaceX, for could be a huge day for humanity in general. So definitely check out everybody's stream and get everybody's perspective. What we want to do is obviously have a couple great shots of the rocket, but we also want to be bringing in a camera view like this, where I'm going to be here and I'm going to have a sign next to me saying that if anybody wants to talk about Starship and this launch in person, I'll literally be bringing people on and we'll interview them. And get people's perspectives about what they think about what they're seeing, whether they've seen a launch or it's the first time seeing a launch. If we're lucky, I'll interview somebody before the launch and then after the launch to see what they thought about it. And again, I'm just trying to bring you the energy and the feeling of being here in person for Starship launch. So if you're not already subscribed to the channel, definitely subscribe, turn notifications on. That way when launch day comes, you're notified and you can check out what we're doing here. I think it's really going to be fun. I'm really excited. But after the last few weeks have been a little bit slow and a little bit of a lull, I'm really excited that things are getting back in action today, and I'm ready to do these streams, and I'm ready to bring all the excitement down here to you. So good stuff coming up. So from what I can see, it looks like Booster 7 is still on the ground here. So we'll keep a close eye on it. I'll update y'all when it looks like it's up in the air. In the meantime, let me check on chat to see how we're doing. Welcome Zlot, welcome Carlos. Carlos says, what is this all about? It's a testing, or what is it testing the fuel? So no test today, or I don't think there's any test today. We don't see any indication of a test today. There's no, they haven't advertised a safety barrier around the outside of Starbase or an MSIB, Marine Safety Information Bulletin. So nothing that indicates that they're going to do any fueling or anything like that today. What we're seeing is the booster is just off of the launch mount on the ground on a mount. And they're going to lift it up off of that mount, push it over and drop it back onto the launch mount itself. So we're just expecting them to see them stage the booster on the launch mount, which should be cool. So yeah, from this angle, you see that flat table to the left of the booster. That's where we want to see it be lifted onto. So again, those black arms that are attached to the top of Booster 7 will lift it up. We'll see it swing over that table, the orbital launch mount, and slowly be lowered onto the mount. It's actually a great view of Starhopper over on the right-hand side. You see that little small silver thing. It's not very small at all. It's actually massive. And that was the first vehicle that SpaceX ever built down here that flew. They installed one Raptor engine on it, Raptor 1 engine on it, and yeah, it flew almost as high as that launch tower itself. So that is that's cool that Hoppy, as it's called, is just hanging out there watching over what SpaceX is always doing. And of course, to the left side of the booster, we have all those big tanks. You see 4 of them from this angle. That's the orbital tank farm, where they store the liquid oxygen, methane, liquid nitrogen, all that stuff. The methane is actually in some other tanks that you don't see here. But yep, orbital tank farm there. Welcome, Juan. Welcome to the chat, Juan. How are you doing today? Alright, let's go through our stream checklist here. We got our laptop plugged in. We got our camera plugged in. Everything's charging. Nothing's going to die on us. We got 81% battery on our big battery pack. Should last us about 4.5 to 5 hours. So we should be good. I hope that this thing gets off within the next couple hours. tripod's being a pain, a pain here. I got this new tripod a few weeks ago actually, and I thought it was great, but now after using it for a couple weeks, it's already starting to like the legs when they're locked start to slide, and it's not great. I'm gonna see if I can return this one and grab another one. Mike is asking what they're supposed to be doing. Great question, Mike. And for anybody else who is just joining, we're hoping to see Booster 7, which is that first stage of the rocket that is currently being grabbed by the chopsticks, lifted up using those chopsticks over on top of the mount, and then lowered onto that table you see just to the left of the booster, which, again, that's the orbital launch mount. So this is an important step ahead of the upcoming orbital flight test, so it should be pretty cool. No test, but it looks like they're going to lift Booster 7 back on the pad. So.
Yeah, I saw it looks like 7's out there.
Yeah, yep.
That's a good sign.
Yep, very good sign.
Still no FAA license approval yet?
Not that they've stated, but they wouldn't have been able to launch yet anyway. They've been doing so much work over there. So hopefully it'll all come together at the same time. The fact that they're putting Booster 7 back on the pad is a great sign that they've done most of what they need to do.
How about are they putting the luge system in then?
They've worked on bits and pieces of it. Nobody's really sure whether or not they actually want to complete that prior to the orbital test, but the pace that they're going at it, I think they're just doing what they can. I don't think they're worried about getting it done before launch, but just speculation.
And last I seen was April 20 maybe, but obviously
I think it's a good rough estimate for sure. It could fall a couple weeks either side.
we're here till the end of April. We hope we catch it. But
I think there's a pretty good shot. Yeah.
thank you.
See ya.
Broadcast are you at?
Rocket Future?
Rocket Future?
Yep. YouTube and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Juan says get a DJI RS3. DJI is making all sorts of great products now. I actually have some DJI mics, which I might switch to at some point here today, wireless mics. But is that a drone, or what is the RS3? Oh, is that a tripod? I'll look that up. Juan. Thanks. I'm gonna make one more adjustment to our view here. I just want it kind of perfect in case they start doing this lift. I want it all framed right. So just bear with me just another few seconds while I adjust the camera. Okay, I think that is just about perfect. So hopefully it doesn't shift out of place there. Okay, if you're just joining us, again, my name is Andrew. This is Rocket Future. Thanks for hanging out with us. All the indications are that we're about to see a lift of Booster 7. So I've been checking Twitter and some other feeds and everything, and it looks like they're continuing to progress towards lifting this thing up, hopefully really soon. So stay tuned here. I think we should see it pretty soon. But again, let's talk about the orbital flight test. So again, the last kind of official update we got about when the flight test was going to be is that I want to say maybe two weeks ago or so, or I guess it was just a little bit over a week or so ago. Elon Musk posted that teams need a few more weeks to prepare for launch, and then after that they'll be waiting on the FAA launch license, and then they're good to go. And he kind of made a reference that towards around 4/20, April 20th, it could be a good date. So we'll see. It could fall a couple weeks earlier, a couple weeks later, and there's always a chance that there's some unexpected challenges that pushes the date out even further. But yeah, hopefully within the next month or so, everything is looking really good. The fact that Booster 7 is going on the pad today is a really, really good sign that they've done mostly everything that they need to on the OLM itself. So the question is, what kind of testing will SpaceX need to do when Booster 7's back on the pad? When they get Ship 24 back and lifted on top of Booster 7 for full stack, if there's additional testing they want to go through at that point. And then it's all up to the FAA at that point. Again, as of right now, it's not like the FAA is holding up SpaceX. SpaceX just has all this work they need to get done, and it looks like they're getting close. So hopefully the launch license isn't a problem. There's been a couple people in the industry saying that based on what they understand, it's not going to be a problem to get the launch license when they want it. So hopefully all that goes well, and hopefully this time next month we'll be talking about how awesome the orbital flight test was. There's a lot of questions about will SpaceX actually get it off on the first attempt, or is it going to take them multiple attempts to kind of get this thing off the ground? You might be able to compare it to like SLS, which took 3 or 4 attempts to finally launch. I think it was 3. I was there for all of them, and I think it was 3. Just my personal opinion, and it's just an opinion, is I don't think it's going to take them more than a couple tries to get this thing off the ground. They've gone through so much testing. Everything went really well with the wet dress rehearsal, and then the 33 engine static fire. Of course, it was only a 31 engine static fire. They did have a couple issues, but they've gone through all these processes and procedures so many times with all these static fires and all these different tests. I'm pretty confident that they're gonna have a pretty easy time getting this off the ground. Who knows? Maybe it'll take them 5 tries. I have no idea. But I'm getting really excited for it, and I'm pretty confident that this thing is going to be happening hopefully here pretty soon. So if anyone has any questions about everything SpaceX has done leading up to this point, or what SpaceX needs to do before the launch, let me know. I'm just going to check chat here for any questions or comments. Yazada said the ship quick disconnect just swung away, and the BQD retracted. Looks like they're getting set. So that's great news, Yazada. Thank you so much for that update. So the ship quick disconnect is that arm you see towards the top above those chopsticks. That would have to get out of the way for them to lift Booster 7 and kind of pivot it over the OLM and drop it down. And then the booster quick disconnect, which really can't be seen from this angle, but another prerequisite for getting this thing done, has moved out of the way as well. So again, these are great steps towards getting this thing lifted. So I would say we should see this happen real soon after that update. I'm just noticing my my little ticker on the bottom is out of center. Let me go fix that. But yeah, any other questions, please feel free to drop those in the chat. I'm going to be hanging out here until we see this thing lifted. So thanks for hanging out. No launch today, but if you look out there, you'll see that the sorry, I'm thinking about the stream. The launch tower is currently grabbing the booster from the top, It's going to lift it up and then move it over and place it on the OM, which is pretty cool to see, because it's just like giant skyscraper lifting another skyscraper.
Sure.
So no test or anything, nothing super exciting, but that should be happening in the next, I would guess, maybe half hour if everything goes well.
Sorry for the obvious question, but that's SpaceX then?
Yeah. Yep. No worries at all. That's the Starbase facility, and this is the Starship vehicle. When this launches, it'll be the largest, most powerful rocket ever. Yep. And they're getting pretty dang close. Maybe within the next month or so, you'll see a launch.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. Thanks for the information.
No problem at all. It's so funny. Sometimes I just get in like these streaming mindsets, and I'm just thinking about the stream and getting the stream together, and then all of a sudden somebody will ask a question, which is great. I love to answer questions for folks down here that are hanging out down here, but sometimes it just totally catches me off guard, and I'm like, what am I doing here? What am I talking about again? It just snaps me out of the whole like streaming mindset, which is interesting. So yeah, let me switch back to the split screen here just for a second so I can fix the bottom. So we need to move that scroller. I can't select it, come on. Oh, because it's locked. There it goes. Alright, so that's fixed. Back to full screen. Alright, everything's looking pretty good here. I just got to remember when I see it start to lift to actually start hitting record on my camera as well. Detroit says estimated time till lift. No way to know for certain, but the fact that they've moved the quick disconnects out of the way, I would expect it dang soon. If I was to just randomly guess, I would say I would expect to see this in the next 15-30 minutes. Hopefully could be sooner. But as we know, they have a possible road closure until 8 p.m. Central Time today, so it really could be a while. But again, I think that they're doing everything they need to in pretty quick fashion here to get this thing off the ground pretty soon. So we're hoping real soon. Gabor, welcome, Gabor. Sometime I'm gonna take y'all that pop in here all the time and learn how to pronounce your names, like Balint and Gabor and everybody. Zlot. I'm gonna look up how to pronounce all y'all names so I can actually pronounce them right. Welcome, Kismano. It was perfect. Oh, nice. Nailed it. We had a bit of a storm roll through here yesterday. There was a cold front that came through, and then all these storms kind of welled up and hit the area with some pretty good winds, some good lightning storms, and a lot of rain. So that was nice. We need the rain for sure. Quite the drought last summer. So hoping that the RNG really helps us out with the rain this year. And I'd like to see this place stay green for the whole summer. Last year it got everything got really all the vegetation kind of died out and got brown, and it would be nice if it stayed green all year. while we're waiting to see this thing come off the ground here, I'll just tell you about a couple different ways to support the channel. Again, we have Orbital launch day coming up, and after Orbital launch, I don't think Starbase is going to slow down anytime soon. I think we're going to see a lot more testing happening down here in pretty rapid order. So we're continuing to try to improve our streams every stream. We've upgraded our equipment, and we want to keep doing that. And we just want to keep bringing you bigger and better content and keep growing this thing. The community has been so strong, and it's really great to see. And I want to make sure that we're giving you the content back that you deserve. So we've already had some great support on this channel, but we are a YouTube partner now, which is great. That means that people can sign up to be a member of the channel and support with a monthly contribution. Of course, that is not required. Just you being here helps us tremendously. But if you have the desire to do that, it does help the channel so much. We also have Patreon, and we have a couple items up for sale in our store now. We have a hat. That was the hat that I was wearing. I'll show that off for a quick second. Let's go back to split. Yeah, so we got these Rocket Future hats now. So those are for sale, and we have a special edition t-shirt for sale now as well. Check that out. It's on YouTube. You can actually go to the tab that says store. It's right in our profile, and you can see the shirt and stuff. It's pretty cool. It has all the heat shield tile designs on the back. It says launch crew on the back. On one sleeve it says inaugural Starship full stack launch, and on the other one it says Starbase Boca Chica, Texas. I think it's pretty dang cool. Check it out. That's another way to help support us. But I will say, just you being here, hanging out, sharing this stream with your friends, that helps us tremendously as well. So thank you so much. Welcome, Blind Boy 64. Good to see you, Blind Boy. How's our focus here? I think our focus looks pretty good. The tower and the booster look like they're in focus. The launch mount looks mostly in focus. I think we're pretty good here. I'm expecting to kind of see this happen any moment. It's kind of crazy thinking back on the last year and what Booster 7 has gone through. Chat about that for a second. So when I first got down here, all eyes were still on ship 20 and Booster 4. Let me just adjust this camera a tiny little bit. So Booster 4 was still down at the pad, and ship 20 as well. And I got to see those roll back to the garden. And of course, now we know that ship 4 and Booster 20 are retired. They've done their thing. Won't be seeing them again anytime soon at the launch site, I don't think. And then they very quickly rolled out Booster 7 and ship 24. And we've been able to watch it go through its whole testing campaign, which has been really amazing. From the first cryo to the first static fires, starting with low number of engine static fires, low duration static fires. Then we saw a couple long duration static fires to test out the name of it escaping me now, but if anybody knows what the name of the test that they do during a long duration static fire, put it in chat. It's like to check the homogeneous fuel test, something along those lines. Put that in chat if you know. And then we saw the higher number of static fires. We saw the 14 engine static fire, and I think there was an 11, and then the 31 engine static fire. And we saw Booster 7 at one point have quite the anomaly. It was sitting on the pad doing its testing. I think it was just supposed to be a spin prime, and there was an ignition source under the pad, and there was an explosion. I was just a few hundred feet down in the park, just out of view of the booster, so I didn't actually see the explosion itself. And I think at that moment, everybody kind of took a deep breath and was like, okay, this is going to create quite a delay for SpaceX, and maybe that they won't be able to use Booster 7 anymore. They'll have to move on to the next generation. But to kind of a lot of people surprised, they checked out Booster 7. It didn't look too bad. They replaced a bunch of the engines on it, and somehow Booster 7 is still here, and it's ready to get back on the pad for its first ever launch, and its only ever launch. As we know, Booster 7 will not be recovered, or at least it won't be recovered in a way that it would be used for launch again. The plan that we believe right now is that they're going to land it out in the Gulf, and whether they try to recover it from there for data or not, we don't know. Who knows? We did see a bunch of buoys out at Starbase. There's a couple different theories about what those buoys could be used for, but I believe they have a lot of cameras on them. So the theories are those are going to be out where Booster 7 is supposed to land, and it'll get all the data that they need, so they don't necessarily have to recover the booster itself. Whether they do or not, we'll have to wait and see. But it's just been through so much stuff. And when it came off the pad a few weeks ago, I think everybody was just like antsy to get this thing off the ground, and kind of sad to see it come off the mount. But they got what they needed to get done. They did all the work on the LLM. Still some to be done. But now they're putting Booster 7 back on the pad. So Booster 7 really has been through it all. Many times people thought maybe Booster 7 was done for, but it's still there and it's ready to go. So Ship 24 has been through just as much, or almost just as much. No explosions, luckily. But we'll see that rolled back down to the launch site soon. And everything's really gearing up for an exciting launch opportunity here soon. And I hope some of y'all can come down and experience it in person. But for those who can't, we'll be live for you on launch day, and bring you the best content we can, and try to bring you that experience of being here for launch day. So it's just so cool to see Booster 7 about to be put back on the pad and ready for the next steps. So thanks for all hanging out with us on this day, an important one for sure. And we'll see if they get this thing lifted up in the next few minutes. Blind Boy 64 says, how many scrubs before launch, and how far do you think Starship will get? Let's see. I want to say no more than 2 scrubs before launch. That's my guess. I think there's a decent chance it gets off on its first try, to be completely honest with you. That being said, I won't be surprised if it takes them a couple tries. And even if it takes them 4 or 5 tries, that won't surprise me, but I don't expect that either. I think that they're going to get it off in the first couple tries, to be honest with you. And how far do I think Starship will get? I honestly don't even know if I can come up with a guess. I just hope it gets off of the pad and away from stage 0. And if it does that, I'll be happy. If it gets over the Gulf and then something happens, I think that will be, I wouldn't call it a full success, but it's if it gets off stage 0, gets over the Gulf, and then something happens to it, I'm okay with that. I think they'll get the data that they need for the next tests. The thing I have in mind is, let's say that, that's just hypotheticals here. If Booster 7, Ship 24 get over the Gulf, and then 2.5 minutes into flight, there's an anomaly, and it explodes, and they learn a bunch of stuff from that. Again, that's not the worst thing to happen. That could happen. It might happen. What does that mean for Ship 25, Ship 26, Ship 27, all the ships that they're building right now in the High Bay and Mega Bay? Do those just get scrapped immediately because they're going to have to apply the new knowledge they got from launch to these ships? Or what that'll look like. So I'm curious about that. But how far do I think it's going to make it? I think, oh man, this is hard. I don't know. I think it'll get through max Q. And if it makes it through max Q, I think at that point it'll make it to second stage ignition. We'll see how all that goes. I don't know. I really just don't know which way to go with that answer, to be honest with you. I won't be surprised no matter what happens. If it successfully completes the test and Starship splashes down off of Hawaii and everything works beautifully, that won't surprise me. If it gets off the pad and blows up, that won't surprise me. It will surprise me a little bit if it explodes right on the pad, but let's hope that doesn't happen. Ildiko says hi from Hungary. Welcome everybody. Welcome from Hungary. Welcome from the Space Junkie community. Exclamation point junkie in chat. We get a boat coming through here. These folks would have a great view if this thing was to lift right now. And it looks like it's turning, so hopefully it doesn't pause for too long right in front of us. That would be unfortunate. That's quite the maneuver that boat just made.
What time are we thinking on the launch here? We were up there. We were up at Starbase, but then they closed it right before we got there.
Yeah. So no launch today, but launch.
A test,
Yeah.
right?
So today what they're doing is it's kind of hard to see from this distance, but Booster 7, which is the big shiny thing right next to the tower, is not on the launch mount. So they're going to actually use those chopsticks that are grabbing it at the top and lift the booster up and over and onto the mount. That's kind of like the full what we expect to see today. I think it'll happen pretty soon, and it will be kind of cool to watch from here. You'll be able to see those chopsticks bring it up, and you'll see it.
They didn't let you guys in either, huh?
No, once they so it's kind of in what they call an intermittent road closure right now, where like if you're already down there and you're on like the beach side, they might allow you to stay there.
Yeah.
It really depends on what they're doing and which sheriffs are involved on that specific
Well,
day.
yeah,
So.
I tried. I said,
Yeah.
can't you just let one person through?
No. But
I said, we were late. We shouldn't have stopped at Walmart.
yeah. A lot of times if you get down there before the actual window starts, you stay down there, and obviously not when they're doing like real testing and stuff, but for lifts and stuff
Yeah.
sometimes.
So they're just lifting it onto like a launch pad theoretically?
Exactly.
Which channel are you?
Rocket Future.
Rocket Reach.
Yep.
So we watch WAI all the time.
Okay, yeah.
And she.
Yep, she's great.
Yeah, we met him last year.
Nice.
We came up, because we're from Wyoming, but
Cool.
we came up to see Starbase.
Nice. That's awesome.
Because we like rockets.
Very cool. How long you staying?
Till Friday.
Okay.
Yeah. We're not here for the couple weeks where there might be a
Yeah.
launch.
Yeah.
My guess is you people that are here are going to be here for the next couple weeks.
Oh, I live down here now.
Oh,
So.
you do?
Yeah.
I mean, camping out.
Yep.
Nice.
Cool. Nice to meet you as well. Detroit Mission Control has agreed that SpaceX will get Starship launched in the first couple of attempts. I don't know if it can make it through max Q. I also think there will be a lot of damage to the OLM and OLIT. All of those are valid concerns and possibilities. We'll have to see. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Stage 0 looks after the launch. Detroit says, can you say flame diverter in water deluge? Absolutely. I do think that we're going to see that project really ramp up after after the orbital launch test. Some more folks walking down here and asking questions. Really good to see people coming down here, getting excited about all this stuff. Really, really great. Might adjust the camera just by a couple degrees here. That looks a little better. There we go. Looking like Booster 7's still down. Let me check on Twitter and a couple of other feeds to see what it's looking like here. It sounds like the pins holding the booster in place may have been removed, which would be a good sign. I think we're going to see this thing pretty soon here, folks. If you're just joining us, we're just expecting the chopsticks to lift Booster 7 up, pivoted, and lower it down back onto the orbital launch mount. Currently, it is just on a stand next to the OLM. And when we start to see this thing move, y'all have to remind me to hit record on my camera. Just remind me to do that, because last time I forgot. You know, obviously we'll have this this stream to play back, but I would like to get the raw video captured as well in full quality. If you've just joined in the last few minutes, let me know where you're watching from. Say hi. We got a great little community here. It's growing like wildfire. A lot of great people. A lot of great conversations happen in this channel between everybody in chat. So I really love to see that. And welcome. This boat is still in danger of blocking us a little bit, but if it does, it does. It's not the biggest deal. Yazada says, I believe the loudspeaker at the pad just made several announcements, but nobody knows what they said. Hopefully a warning that lift is about to start. Excellent. That could be a great indication. So last time I was on site for a Ship 24 lift, they actually sounded a siren at the pad as well. I'd be curious if those feeds that have mics down at the site will hear a siren at all. Oh, again, this is a different siren than like this isn't the sheriff siren and stuff. This is just a siren that went off at the pad right before a lift. Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Not bad, not bad. How's it going?
Oh, not bad. See, there's something new going on? Or?
Yeah, so what they're doing today, hopefully, is just this Booster 7, which is right next to the orbital launch mount right now.
Okay.
They've done a bunch of work on the OLM, so it looks like they're going to be lifting Booster 7 back up and putting it on the OLM.
Okay.
Which is pretty cool because like it's all done by those two arms that come out of the launch tower.
Okay.
So it's pretty cool to see. But I'm hopefully expecting it to happen in the next 15 minutes or so.
Oh, wow.
It could be longer, but if there's no delays, it could happen as soon. You know, it could happen any moment, really.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is there a timeline you think there'll be a launch?
2 to 6 weeks is, I know that's a big range,
Yeah.
but there's always a chance that something unexpected could happen and that could get delayed even further.
Okay.
But I just judging by everything I've been seeing here in the last couple weeks, I think they're getting dang close. So I would say 2 to 6 weeks.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Now, you have a YouTube channel, do you know?
Yep, Rocket
Okay.
Future.
Rocket Future. Okay,
Yep.
you know what? I think I've actually, I kind of, go in and out
Yeah.
looking at that, and I think I've seen your stuff. But
sounds good. Thank you. Everyone helps.
Yeah, you bet.
Awesome.
Yeah, cool. We're from Canada,
Yeah, it was
so
fun.
we're here until
You know.
the end of April. So we're hoping this happens before
Yeah,
we go.
I think
we'd love
there's
to
a pretty
see it.
good chance. Don't
Good.
get your hopes up too
Yeah.
much, but I think there's a chance. I think
Yeah,
there's a good
because
chance.
were they not reinforcing the bottom with heat shields or something?
All that
And
stuff,
That's all done now.
Yep.
Cool.
So they might. So when they put the booster on, there's a chance that there's still work underneath that they got to do that they can
Okay.
do in parallel.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're putting it back on means that most of
It's
what they need to do
something,
is
yeah.
done. So
Oh, very cool.
yeah,
Awesome.
Can I take a picture for my Instagram?
Sure.
And I'll post.
absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Yeah,
Thanks so
we saw
much,
your
yeah.
Starlink and we saw you.
Yeah.
We saw you
Oh,
talking,
yeah.
so we wanted to come by when you were done.
No problem
after
at all.
our walk. So
Yeah.
I'll put that on Instagram. I'm gonna
Yeah.
take pictures on the
Thank you
phone.
very much.
Not a problem at all. Yeah, take your time. Take any pictures you want.
Have a great day.
You too. So I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch or whatever. But one good thing about this new camera is the fact that it doesn't randomly freeze. You might know with the PTZ camera that we used to have, it would freeze from time to time for no good reason. We still do have that camera, but this one, there's a couple good things about this camera. One, it doesn't just randomly freeze. Two, it's not connected to the Jeep. The PTZ camera usually is connected to the Jeep. So when we have the AC running and stuff in the Jeep, the old camera used to shake a bit. So this one's a lot more stable. The image stabilization is better. So it's quite windy here today, and you can see the image moving around a little bit, but it's actually looking pretty dang stable. Lee Jackson says, where are you filming from? How far away? We are at Isablanca Park at the southern tip of South Padre Island, about 4.9 to 5 miles away from the launch pad. Pretty great viewing conditions here today. Obviously, there's quite the layer of clouds over, but it's keeping the heat distortion down, and we're getting a pretty crystal clear image here, which is great to see. A couple downsides of the new camera. One, it relies on a capture card, so that's just another piece of hardware in the loop that could fail. So we only have one right now. There's no redundancy there. My redundancy is switching to the PTZ camera if this capture card were to fail. At some point, I do have to get a second capture card, but again, this is just more funds. Another downside of the new camera is why can't I? It's not all weather like the PTZ camera is, so we're not going to be able to leave it out during like rain and stuff. But in those circumstances, we'll just spin up the PTZ, and we'll get shots from those. I do hope to continue to use the PTZ camera that's mounted on the Jeep for launch day. The camera that you're seeing now will be used for the good rocket shots, and then the PTZ camera will be used for like crowd shots and stuff. Should be kind of cool. Catalin, welcome from Hungary. Catalin from Hungary. That's cool. This camera is also 4K, which is great. Now, of course, we're only broadcasting in 1080p based on our bandwidth restrictions. Just Starlink can't handle the 4K yet, so it's 1080. But we can also film while we're showing you the live views as well. So I'm gonna hit record when this thing starts getting lifted, and we'll get the whole lift in 4K, which will be great. And we'll post that to our YouTube and stuff. Detroit Mission Control says, how much zoom do you have with your cameras? I kind of forget exactly. Let me check. So the camera we're using now has 24x zoom. 24x physical zoom. Now it is 4K, so we could put some additional digital zoom in, basically just blow up the image a bit, and you shouldn't notice a huge decrease in quality because again, we're broadcasting in 1080, so we could actually make this image a bit bigger. And then the PTZ has a little bit more. I want to say like 35x on the PTZ camera, but it just doesn't have the quality this one does. Space Junkie, welcome Space Junkie. Space Junkie says, hey Andrew, so the chain of events are beginning with Booster 7 lift onto the OLM. The Hungarian community is getting really excited, including us. Thank you for your live feed. #TeamSpace. Absolutely. That is what we're hoping to see here today. I don't know if there's much else planned for the day after the lift. I think they'll get this thing lifted onto the pad and settled in and maybe run some tests. And I don't mean I don't think we'll see a cryo or anything like that today, but they'll just check out the OLM and make sure that it received Booster 7 appropriately, and that any changes that they made to the OLM are still good now that the booster would be back on it. So I think that's the type of stuff we expect to see here today. I don't think anything visually that we'll see from here other than the lift, but we'll keep our eye out. But we want to see this thing lifted up pretty soon here. I've been checking in with the community and Twitter and other channels, and it looks like those pins that hold the booster into the mount that it's in have been removed, but also put back in and removed. So it looks like they're kind of fiddling with some pins right now. So we'll see if that's something that they're troubleshooting. Sounds like the alignment pin might be in as well, which is good, right? But yeah, another shout out to Space Junkie. Thanks for stopping in. Pleasure to see y'all in your community as well. Somebody can put !junkie in chat. That will link to the Space Junkie YouTube channel. If you haven't checked out their video series, they're a Hungarian speaking channel, but they have this great series called The Land of Rockets, about their trip to the United States and seeing things in Florida and Starbase. They've released a couple episodes of that so far, and that has English subtitles. Really fun videos. It definitely helps with getting your space fix in, so make sure you check those out. !junkie in chat. We're running at about 16.4% dropped frames right now, which, for a home or studio broadcast, that wouldn't be great. But for out here with Starlink, that's actually pretty decent. So hopefully y'all are getting a decent experience on the other end. I'm hoping this lifts pretty soon because, again, we have pretty good viewing conditions here right now. It would be great to see this thing happen. I don't really expect the viewing conditions to degrade over the next couple hours, so we should be fine either way, but I want this thing to go sooner than later. Now, as I say that, Starlink is struggling a little bit. Yazada says, hi Hungarians, happy to see you. What Elon is trying to do here is an exciting thing for all humanity. Very true. This is not just exciting for us folks here in Texas or us folks here in the United States. This is something that could change humanity as we know it. If everything works the way it's supposed to, this could be a big step forward for all humanity. It'd be really cool to see astronauts of all sorts of different countries launching in this thing in the future. Detroit says, do you think this is lift of Booster 7 is only for a fit check, or do you believe this will be the final lift prior to launch? That's actually a great question. I hadn't really fully considered that. I personally think this will be the final lift But you never know. We could see it lifted on and lifted off. You got a point there. But hopefully it'll just be one and done. Space Junkie says that I will be in episode 3. That's when we first met at South Padre Islands. That'll be really exciting to see. I can't wait to see that. We'll make sure we share that out with the community when it goes live. It sounds like that I'm going to have a little bit of a cameo in episode 3 of the Space Junkie Land of Rockets video series. That's exciting. That's really exciting. I want to watch it now. Release it. Sounds like there was just another pad announcement. Oh, there might have even been a alarm at the launch site. I haven't verified that yet. I'm just seeing people post about that. If that's the case, if there was really an alarm at the launch site, that means that this thing's going to lift any second here. So, folks, if you've been just tuning in with this on the background, now might be the time to bring it up full screen. We might see this lift here shortly. Again, what we're expecting to see is just the launch tower to lift booster 7 up, pivot it around, and lower it back down on the launch mount. Again, this isn't a test of the rocket. No flames, nothing like that. But should be really cool to see. Regardless, a historic moment for Starship and SpaceX, as it could be the final lift of Booster 7. But as Detroit points out, it might not be the last lift, but hopefully it will be. Definitely getting a bit more windy here. I don't know how it is over at Starbase. Hopefully not a factor for their decision. I mean, I'm sure they're considering wind, but hopefully it's not a problem for them. Does anybody remember how long it takes them to lift and lower the booster? I'm hoping it's less than a half hour, because when I actually start filming, I think my camera only has like a half hour of storage space left, and that was my mistake, but it is what it is. The stream won't be affected by that. The stream will be fine. It's just that 4K footage. Whether or not I get the whole thing, we'll have to see. Carl Rogers says ADHD or human. I don't know exactly what you're saying or asking there, Carol. But if the question is, am I AI or human? I am definitely a human. If the question is whether or not I have ADHD, I'll leave all that to you to decide. Actually, I don't actually recommend chat diagnosing any medical issues. So. Welcome, Yuvraj. Hopefully I pronounced that okay. Yuvraj. You can call me UV, that's my nickname. Sounds good, UV. Welcome to the chat. Streamlabs needs, not Streamlabs, OBS needs a built-in translator. Let's see what this means here. That's French, right? French to English. Jean-Marc says, is there going to be a launch soon? There is not going to be a launch today, but hopefully in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Or it could be longer, but hopefully in the next month or so.
Avec un peu de chance dans le mois prochain.
I don't know if you could hear that.
Avec un peu de chance dans le mois prochain.
Patrick says, when is the Starship scheduled to launch? Hopefully in the next month or so. UV says, yeah, I saw your Twitter and thought to join you by subscribing. I had you subscribe for a month, but I was going through my exams. Awesome. Yeah, no problem at all. I just appreciate you stopping in. Jean-Marc says, thanks. No problem at all. It is my pleasure. It's windy and hazy, says Carol. It is indeed windy and hazy. Actually, you know what? It's windy. I wouldn't call it hazy. The gray that you're seeing is literally just the layer of clouds behind. It's really not that hazy compared to how it is here some days. But, you're not wrong. There is some haze going on, but it's a lot clearer than it has been lately, so... While we're waiting to see this, I'll just jump back in for another couple minutes and chat with y'all. If anybody has any questions, now is the time to ask. UV says it's night here, but we'll be stopping here by. What time is it over there, UV? Did you already say where you're from? But thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, so we're just hanging out here. As you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, you got a zoomed-in shot of SpaceX's Starbase facility, specifically the launch facility. And the chopsticks on the launch tower are grabbing Booster 7 right near the top there, and we're hoping to see it get lifted up, pivoted over, and and lowered back down onto the orbital launch mount today. It's a big step towards the orbital flight test, hopefully in the next month or so. So we're just hanging out, waiting to see this thing happen. Just like everything down here at Starbase, there's no official public schedule of when this test, this isn't even a test, but when this is going to happen. But just judging by all the context clues, it looks like they've prepped everything that they need to prep, and hopefully, will be lifted in the next few minutes. I know I've been saying that, but if you've been watching my channel or any other channel that has to do with Starbase, it's kind of always hurry up and wait. Everything is always about to happen and not about to happen all at once. But I do expect to see it happen here pretty soon. Things are looking like they're progressing forward, which is great. If you're new to the channel, definitely check out our other content as well. If you haven't already checked out our interview with Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, we have that up on our site. We did forget the windsock for my mic today, and the wind is picking up, so hopefully you guys can still hear me all right. But we're just down here at Isla Blanca Park at the southern tip of South Padre Island. This is just about as far south as you can get down here in Texas on the Gulf Coast. Starbase is about 5 miles from here, and the Mexico border is about 2 miles south of Starbase, I believe. So we're just hanging out here. A fairly clear day for us to see them hopefully lift Booster 7 up onto the mount today. I'm kind of enjoying the weather. It's not super hot. It's going to get real hot here real fast, real soon. The summers here are pretty brutal. It's always 90 degrees or higher in the summer. Humidity is pretty heavy, and the sun is just so dang strong down here. So I'm going to enjoy this while it lasts. That being said, I probably should still have sunscreen on here. I might get fried out here today, even with all this cloud cover. So maybe I'll throw some sunscreen on. But thanks for all hanging out with us here today. If you want to support the channel, we do accept memberships, super chats, all that stuff. All of that just goes right back into the channel and helps us continue to build this thing out, and helps us continue to upgrade our equipment and support the Rocket Future infrastructure. We also sell the merch. We have a hat and we have a t-shirt. You can check the shop tag in YouTube. Just go to our YouTube profile and there'll be a store or shop button that you can click, and that'll show you that stuff. We also have a Patreon where we send you a physical postcard to your mailbox every month if you sign up for the right tier on Patreon. Speaking of which, if there's anybody signed up under the general support Patreon classification, I've actually removed that tier. When we got the YouTube partnership, and now that we can accept members, I figured that was kind of redundant. So the Patreon is pretty much only for the postcards now. So if you want the postcards, that's not going anywhere. That'll still be up and available through the Patreon. But if you were signed up under general support on the Patreon, I did remove that tier, so you shouldn't be charged anymore. Yeah, let's take a look and see if there's any movement yet on Booster 7. UV says India, 10:45 p.m. Jean says he shouldn't have had a Starlink's launch. Carol says, and just like that, 50-year passes, Zoom, I'm in Dallas-Fort Worth area. Nice. Very nice. And Yazada says, hello to India. Actually, I do want to just give out a shout-out to anybody watching from India. We've had huge, and I mean huge support for the Rocket Future channel from India recently. Specifically, there was one short that we posted that got tremendous support from India. So anybody who saw that short and ended up subscribing to the channel and is joining us here today from India, thank you so much for joining. And give me a little heads up if you are watching from India. I know UV is here, but if anybody else is here from India, just drop a smiley face or something in the chat. Just let me know you're here. Thank you. I got potentially breaking news. We got a text message from the official SpaceX road notifications texting Cameron County service saying that Boca Chica Beach is now closed. I don't know if that's just a late notification or if that's a good indication that we're about to see this lift happen. BM is also watching from India. Welcome, BM. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a good night over there. Treefinger6 is just tuning in and is asking what's going on. Good moment to update anybody who is just joining. We got live views of Starbase, of course, and what we're seeing here is on the right-hand side, that the tallest thing you see on the screen there, that is the launch tower, and you can see there's two arms coming out of the launch tower grappling that silver cylinder. What that silver cylinder is Booster 7. It is the first stage of the Starship rocket that we actually expect to launch hopefully in the next month or so. So those two arms grabbing Booster 7 by the top are going to lift up, and then it'll lift the entire rocket, the first stage of this rocket, up, and then it'll pivot over and then slowly being lowered down onto the table that you see right next to the rocket there. So from right to left, you have the tallest thing is the launch tower. Just to the left of that is Booster 7. Just to the left of that, the short little stubby thing, that is the OLM, or Orbital Launch Mount. To the left of that, that's the Orbital Tank Farm. So Booster 7 up and over, down onto the OLM. So that's what we hope to see here in short order. Thanks for hanging out, Tree. Cliff M says, watching from Atlanta, Georgia. We'll be in Boca Chica on Tuesday. That is awesome, Cliff. I'm really excited to hear that folks are traveling down here to see what's happening down here. If you happen to see me at Isla Park or down at Boca Chica, make sure you give me a wave. It would be a pleasure to meet y'all. It is my pleasure, Tree. And a little bit of a bonus item all the way to the right-hand side on the screen. That short thing towards the right, again, that's Starhopper, also known as Hoppy. Looking over at everything that SpaceX is doing today, which is great to see. We're big Starhopper fans. And you can see some water at the bottom of the screen. That is the shipping channel between South Padre Island and Boca Chica. You see a bunch of huge ships come through here going to the port of Brownsville. A lot of ships come in for they break them down when they're retired, or they'll build new ships, do maintenance on them, all that type of stuff. UV says, man, I just want to see this beauty. Absolutely. It's a great thing to see in person. I just want to see this thing launch. Lack says, hi there from Hungary. Welcome, Lack. And Cliff says, will do. I'll be there the month of April. So yeah, if you're going to be here for a while, Cliff, I'm sure you'll see me. Definitely come over and say hi. David says, hi, Andrew. Thanks for the stream again. It is my pleasure. Thanks for stopping in. Could be an exciting thing here that we're seeing here today. Let's hope that Booster 7 gets lifted pretty soon. UV is going to take a day off from school on launch day. That is a good plan. I think that is an important day, and you can learn a lot on launch day. So I don't judge anybody for taking a day off from school for launch day. It should count as science credits anyway. I'm going to check in on Twitter and a couple of other feeds just to see what the community is saying about the lift here. People are talking a little bit about the winds. Looks like the winds are at about 11 knots, but gusting higher. Not saying that the wind is a problem for the lift here, but I'm sure it's a consideration. And you know, it's possible that it's the reason for the delay, but I'm not entirely sure. Also, I don't know if they're actually like seriously or not taking. They could be on a lunch break right now as well. Speaking of a lunch break, I will actually take a 2 or 3 minute break from commentary here, just to have a couple bites of some lunch myself. Right after I answer any of these questions. Tree says we need official RF doctor notes. UV, physics teacher. My physics teacher and both took off together for school just to watch SLS lunch. Oh, that's awesome. That's great. Nandi from Hungary. Welcome, Nandi. All right, give me a few moments here. I'm going to just take a quick break. Can't find my fork. Where's my fork? Where is my fork? Okay, I'm back. Oh, no problem at all, UV. Thanks for stopping in. We'll see you next time. And it looks like we just had a little bit of a blip on Starlink. We probably just reconnected to a different satellite or something. But I think we're good. I think we came back without a problem. Welcome, Chris from Hungary. Welcome to the chat, Chris. Just a little bit of an update or non-update for anybody just joining or anybody that has been here for a while. We're really hoping to see Booster 7 lifted by now up onto the OLM, but they haven't lifted it yet. So is the wind a concern for them today? Not entirely sure. Are they working some other issues? I guess we saw those pins go in and out a little bit, the pins that are holding the booster. So yeah, just waiting to see if they continue to go for this lift today. They're still in a place where they could do it at any moment, so we're keeping our eyes peeled. Beach is still closed, so if they were to call this lift off completely, we would see that beach open again. So the fact that the beach is closed is a great indication that they're still going to try to go for this lift. Again, it could happen really at any point, but hopefully in the next 4 hours. We only have about 4 hours left of battery life. I don't think that'll be a concern. I think we'll hopefully see this thing happen, if it's going to happen, within the next couple hours at the most, if not even sooner. But we just got to be patient, as always. SpaceX is doing everything they can to get this all done as soon as they can. They're working as fast as possible. Any reason for a delay is for safety, or safety of people or the vehicle or the infrastructure. So they're obviously not just dilly-dallying for no reason. Whatever reason it's taking this long is for a good reason. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. Tremendous support here in the channel here today with viewership. So thanks everybody for coming here to hang out. You just being here and having the stream up helps the channel tremendously. Thank you all so much. We're going to stay live with you here for as long as we need to see this thing lift or until our batteries die. But again, I don't really think that's going to be a concern. I think we'll see something happening here. If you've been here for the last couple of streams, you'll know that every time that there is delays long enough for people to start giving up, that's when they do the activity. So yeah, patience is key here. Welcome, David. Go Team Space, absolutely. Team Space all the way. Let's check the UV index here on South Padre Island. Alright, according to uv.willyweather.com, which is a site I have used, the UV index right now should be about moderate, but it'll go up to very high around 2. So I should put some sunscreen on, even though we have a pretty dense cloud cover here. I'm gonna do that. I actually kind of love the smell of sunscreen. Just has so many good memories attached with it. Lou is here. Welcome, Lou. Lou is excited, as he should be, to see a potential lift of Booster 7. I want to see everybody in chat just as excited as Lou is right now. Thank you for coming to hang out here with us, Lou. Everybody say hi to Lou. Y'all are gonna make Lou say hi to himself? Come on, we need at least one or two other people to say hi, Lou. Tree Fingers is saying that his Rocket Future merchandise is out for delivery. That is awesome, Tree. Really excited to hear that that's gonna make it out to you soon. Hopefully today. Looking forward to see what you think of it. Let me know your feedback, and I'm excited to see you rep the Rocket Future hat. Treefinger says hi, Lou. Wicked says hi, Lou. By the way, welcome, Wicked. Detroit Mission Control says hello, Lou. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Or is it hi, Lou? It's both, I'm sure. Juan says sup, Lou. That's what I'm talking about. Tree is suggesting that we need beer koozies, or maybe the Blue Dolphin could co-sponsor. Was it the Blue? I think it's the Blue Marlin, right? Or was it the Blue Dolphin? I think it's the Blue Marlin. But yeah, we'll do koozies and stuff. I want to start out slow with the store. I want to make sure people like what we're putting out. I'll start adding some stuff slowly, but we'll make that happen for sure. Wicked is asking if I'm seeing any movement. Not yet. So basically, a quick rundown for any folks just joining. Earlier this morning, kind of when it was still dark out, Booster 7 got moved closer to the orbital launch mount, and then the chopsticks attached to the top of Booster 7. Then the crews actually got up on the stand next to Booster 7 and started doing some work that is required prior for a Booster 7 lift. After that, we saw the road closure begin, and just recently we saw the text come through that the beach was closed. And there's reports from just different people on Twitter and on different channels on YouTube that the pins that are holding the booster into the stand were kind of pulled out and then pushed back in. So we don't know if they're maybe troubleshooting something or if they're looking at the wind and waiting for the wind to stabilize a little bit before they lift this thing. Long-winded answer is no pun intended. I have not seen any movement yet recently. But we're in that state where it could happen really whenever. It's also possible that SpaceX is on a quick lunch break. Y'all gotta eat, they gotta eat too. So, any updates on the FAA launch license? No updates that have been made public. Just a couple folks from the industry stating that they believe everything hopefully is going according to plan, and that people are not necessarily expecting that to be a delay. I don't think we'll really hear much about it until it's official. So either we'll hear directly from SpaceX, or somebody will look at the FAA launch license sites and pull that as soon as it's announced. So no updates yet on the launch license. But I'm gonna live update my scroller at the bottom here, because it still says that March is the goal. Let's switch that to April. April is the goal. Let's see, so far I have SpaceX in what seems to be the final push before full stack launch attempt. Full stack quote-unquote orbital flight is not yet announced. April is the goal. FAA launch license is still the last major milestone expected before launch day. However, there is always a chance that they run additional testing. Stay tuned for more details. Thanks for joining us today on Rocket Future, and then I have my information about socials and Patreon. I should add a couple more commands now that we have memberships, super chats, and merch. I should add a little bit more information there. I should add a little bit more about Booster 7 and the Ship 24 rollout sometime that we expect to see that. Let me put that in here now. Booster 7 was rolled back towards the OLM. We expect to see it lifted onto the OLM soon. Next, we expect to see S-24 roll out from the rocket garden to the launch site prior to launch date. You can find our Rocket Future merch, hat and shirt in the store tab on our YouTube profile. Thanks to everyone that helped us reach the YouTube partner threshold. A huge shout out to our new members. Alright, I just added a bunch of info down to that bottom scroller there. Wicked asks, do you think there's a chance they may do a full stack static fire? I personally don't think so, but you never know. I wouldn't put anything past them. It's always possible, but I think that we'll see a couple minor tests with ground support equipment. You know, they might do a partial load into Booster 7 or Ship 24 or both, but I don't expect any major tests. Basically, I expect 7 to get loaded onto the OLM, Ship 24 to get full stacked on top of this Booster 7, and then I expect a launch license and launch day. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see if any other tests are scheduled, but I don't expect it. All right, let me just take a moment here to shout out the members of our channel. Thank you to RMD, or Ryan. Thank you to Gary Powell. Thank you to Max Q, Andras, Stephanie B, Yazada, Need Pizza, Astro Joe, and of course my dad. Thank you all for your membership to the channel. Your support is helping us invest all of that money right back into the channel. and continue to give everybody a bigger and better experience here at Rocket Future. And it looks like Ryan joined quote unquote 0 days ago to YouTube. So did that happen today? Ryan, are you here right now? Did you join as a member today? If you did, I don't think I properly got a notification for it. So huge shout out to Ryan for joining as a member today. He joined as a mid-bay member. RF 420. Nice. I'm sure a lot of you probably know Vix on Twitter. I don't know if Vix is here right now, but about 14 minutes ago, Vix posted a screenshot from the Epic Spaceflight cams saying that staff are still walking and driving around the pad. So despite the Orbital Pad A now being closed announcement and the beach now closed text, nothing seems imminent. So again, that was 14 minutes ago. I'm not sure how the situation has changed since then. But I guess we're still kind of in the same spot where it looks like they could really just do it at any moment, but they're waiting for some reason. We don't know the reason. Could be wind, could be something else. We don't really know. So we're just hanging out here, enjoying some live views of Starbase, hanging out and enjoying chat. Joshua Shupp says, when hop? Hopefully we'll see a launch here in about a month. It'll be a little bit more than a hop, but it'll be excitement. If the question is when lift, then we don't quite know. We're hoping pretty soon, but we're not entirely sure. But they are set up for a lift whenever they feel like they can do it. How is it going? This might be at the last lift. I really hope so. I think it might be. We had somebody, Detroit point out that it could be potential that they could do a fit check with all the new stuff installed on the OLM and take it off again. But I think there's a pretty good chance it's the last lift for Booster 7. Speaking of Detroit, Detroit says, I'm enjoying hanging out with all my space geeks here while Texas tank watching and eating my homemade waffle and fresh raspberries. I just posted a picture of it on my Twitter. Let me check that out. I love waffles. I haven't had waffles in a long time. Let me check out the Twitter and see how it looks. So I was checking in on some other feeds, and it looks like there might be some folks on the OLM. So that's not good news, but it's not bad news. So the reason why it's not good news is if there's folks on the OLM, that means that Booster 7 is not about to lift anytime in the next 15-20 minutes, I would say. I'd say it's unlikely that we see any lift in the next 15 or 20 minutes. The good news is they could be on the mount to be doing final checkouts prior to the lift. So this could be just a checkout prior to them getting this thing lifted off the ground. So this could be a precursor to the lift, so that could be good news. Alternatively, folks could have been returning to the pad to do some other work on the pad because the lift has been delayed significantly to later today or further, but we really have no way to know. Again, this is potentially a historic lift. Booster 7's last lift on the OLM, maybe. So we're gonna stay patient, stick around here, but I don't think we're imminent in the next 10-15 minutes. Joshua Shupp says, "Where's Ship 24?" You know what? Because there's no imminent lift on Booster 7, I am gonna pan over and show you Ship 24. Okay, so what you're seeing right here is the Starbase build facility, or the production site, the build site. And that's about 2 miles down the road from the launch site, up Highway 4. It's situated just west of the launch site. All the way to the left, you can barely just make out the mid bay. And then the second tallest building is the high bay, and the tallest building is the mega bay. Now they're building a new building just where all those two cranes are in the center of the screen. I believe it's expected that turns out to be around the same size as the Mega Bay. And then you see the rocket garden. So we see 4 starships and 1 booster. Let's start from the left-hand side. That is Starship S-26 that is currently attached to that crane that has no heat shield tiles and no fins or flaps or ailerons or whatever you want to call them. And that is because this is potentially a expendable starship. So this could be used for more uplift to orbit without the reusability, meaning they can get more up to orbit, but they just can't get it back down. It also could be a test for HLS, human lander system for future moon missions, but I don't know if we necessarily think that's the case. This is just an example of an expendable starship, I believe. Just to the right of that, you have those 3 starships that actually look like they're making up one vehicle, but it's actually 3. Those peaks. You can see the tips. So the leftmost one is Starship S-20. That was the vehicle we first thought was going to make it to orbit first. That was, Ship 24 is now the Orbital. We thought Ship 20 was the Orbital last year. Has a full set of heat shield tiles, but it's retired based on everything we know and understand. So that's Ship 20, and then the center one in that stack of 3 is Ship 24. That's the one we expect to get rolled back down to the launch site and lifted on top of Booster 7, and hopefully next month actually make an attempt to fly that thing out to space. Again, full set of heat shield tiles, flaps, all everything it needs to re-enter. Just to the right of that is Starship S-15. That is a very unique vehicle because it actually flew on a high altitude flight test, came back down, did a belly flop through the air, and successfully landed and remained in one piece to make it back to the rocket garden. So Ship 15 is a veteran Starship who has flown. And just to the right of that, you see a booster. That is booster... is that 3 or 4? I think that's booster 4. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that is booster 4. So again, we see Ship 20 and booster 4. Those were the vehicles that were supposed to do the first orbital flight test last year. However, again, as we know now, it's going to be Ship 24 and booster 7. So this is a little bit of a tour of the build site, as we can see from Isla Blanca Park here. I'll pan back over to the launch site. We got some folks popping in. Chocolate Cake, welcome Chocolate Cake. I've never been so excited to see anybody in my chat. Thanks for joining us, Chocolate Cake. Janos or Janos, hi, thanks for the live. No problem, it's my pleasure. Big Ferry is stopping in as well. Welcome, Big Ferry. Ad Astra, welcome Ad Astra, as well as Gorgeous. Bercies, Sobansi, and Anita. Hano, so it looks like we have a big showing from the Space Junkie community here. Somebody put exclamation point junkie in chat. Again, put exclamation point junkie in chat. Huge shout out to the Space Junkie community popping in to say hi to us here today. I'm going to pan over to Booster 7 again here, and then I'll continue saying hello to everybody. Back to the live views of the OLM and Booster 7 as we wait to see if SpaceX is going to lift Booster 7 onto the pad today. We also have Gurgly or Gurgly here. Let me know how you pronounce your name so I can get that right. Joseph's here. Scylla's here. Joshua says what would be neat is seeing a ship as booster strap-ons. I was thinking the same thing, Joshua, when we were looking at those 3 ships over in the Rocket Garden. It kind of looked like a Starship Super Heavy. It looks pretty cool. Welcome Noemi and Pooh. Welcome everybody. No problem, Sandor. Good to see you. again, I'm checking in on some other feeds, and it looks like there's some folks working on the booster quick disconnect. So maybe this is a sign of something that they need to check before lift. So maybe they'll make an adjustment here, and then once we see these folks move away from the quick disconnect, maybe then is when we'll see a launch. But just as an update, folks, there are folks on the OLM working in the area of the booster quick disconnect. There will not be a lift until those folks are gone. So we're staying tuned, keeping an eye on all the different feeds to see the updates, and we'll bring you those updates here. Welcome, Andor, Hanos, Janos, Dark Dog, Hidpet. Hidpet says, hi, Andrew. Good luck with your work, and thank you for the broadcast from Hungary and Space Junkie. My pleasure. Peter T, Thomas, and Daniel, welcome everybody in. Welcome, Daniel. Big influx of folks joining in from the Space Junkie community. And just an update for anybody joining us here today. SpaceX was making very quick work of getting everything ready for a lift of Booster 7 today. However, the progress is kind of halted in the last hour. There's some folks working on the OLM, the orbital launch mount, right now, specifically around the area where the booster quick disconnect is. So we're not sure if that's the reason for the delays on the lift here today. So we're just hanging out, standing by, being patient, and waiting for SpaceX to do their thing. In the meantime, we got great views of Starbase here today. Overcast day, but fairly clear. So we're happy. It's been really, really foggy and hazy here over the last couple months. It's probably been a good thing for that there hasn't been a lot of testing, because there's been days where you couldn't even see the pad from here at Isablanca Park. And the days that you could see, you could barely see. So I'm fine that we had a little bit of a blip of testing activity there, and happy that things have cleared up for today's lift. And hopefully things will continue to stay clear as we get closer to that orbital launch attempt. Welcome, Martis and Arpad. I really hope they get this done today as well. I'm just looking at my calendar for tomorrow, and the calendar is kind of busy for tomorrow. So that would make doing a stream here tomorrow pretty difficult. But we're just going to hope we see what we need to see here today. We still got about 4 hours left on our battery, so we're doing pretty good. That should bring us to 5, oh, do I have, I think I have the incorrect time zone showing up above. Yeah, it's actually 1, what is that time zone? Let me fix that up there. You know what, it's the right time zone, it's frozen. Zoltan and Peter, hello and thank you. No problem. How late is the launch? Hopefully in the next month or so for launch. That's what we're hoping for. There we go, 1:08 Central Time. That time is now accurate. So 4 hours from now, it'll be just after 5. This beach closure could go until 8. They could always extend it as well. But if their whole goal is just to get the booster on the pad today, I would expect to see them do it earlier than later. And in the event that there's concerns with weather or a problem at the pad, I would expect them just to cancel today's closure and go for tomorrow or another day. Again, hopefully not for tomorrow, but we'll do what we need to do. In the event that this thing doesn't get lifted up today, what I might do is go out to Starbase tonight and place a remote cam out there. That's not a camera that I can stream from, but at least I'll have a camera out there to capture a lift if it happens over the next 24 hours. Now, I'm not saying I definitely can't stream tomorrow, but it would be tough. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. For today, let's just see if we can get this thing lifted up. It is pretty breezy down here, though, I will say. Welcome, Mokia. Tanks in Space says you have a party cruise tomorrow. No party cruise tomorrow. Just some work commitments that I need to get done. There's a couple important meetings throughout the day. One in the morning, one in the evening. So I might be able to get out here to stream midday for a while. Or I can take my meetings from out here, but I don't love to do that. Yeah, I got kind of meetings all throughout. I have one at 10:30, one at 11, and one at 2. Yozada says there are several technicians up on the orbital launch mount looking at something. I'm guessing they've encountered a problem. Maybe a clamp is refusing to move. That is possible. And Yozada, I was checking out the NSF feed, and I did see some folks working over near the booster quick disconnect. However, I don't see them anymore. But are you saying they're still up there, Yozada? Stephanie B, welcome from Australia. Stephanie B, I gave a shout out to all of our members earlier today. I just wanted to take a quick moment just to thank you for being a member, Stephanie B, and Yozada as well. Thank you both for being members of the Rocket Future channel and helping us grow. XSZM says, hello, greetings from Hungary. Welcome. It's 5:15 a.m. where you are, Stephanie, over in Australia. Tank says a party cruise boat was passing by. Gotcha. You know, one of these days I should go on one of those boats. Isablanca Park is starting to get a little bit busier. Folks are coming out to do some fishing and walking around and enjoying. I wouldn't call it super nice weather, but it's not bad weather compared to yesterday. We had a lot of rain yesterday, a lot of wind. So today is a little bit remnant of that, just cloudy and everything, but it's not bad out. Is the road closed? The road is it is closed. The beach is closed. And I've heard kind of mixed things about the road closure today, whether it was kind of a soft closure or a hard closure. I'm not entirely sure. But after that beach closure came in, it probably is a hard closure. But yeah, it is closed. Detroit thinks the wind might be an issue. Absolutely possible that the wind's an issue, but again, there are folks up on the OLM, so maybe they're looking at something on the OLM. But it looks like there's some folks that are leaving the launch pad area. Again, I'm checking in on some other feeds. So, I always keep my eye on lab and NSF and stuff. Some folks leaving the pad, which could be a good sign. We'll see. I'll go split screen here for a second and talk a little bit about Ship 24. Make sure we're live here. We're live on that camera as well. Stephanie B says the wind shouldn't be an issue. Elon said the chopstick should be able to handle weather. Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. It's not like a crane where we just got a couple single points from the top and you'll see a lot of swaying or anything. These things have a pretty good grasp on Booster 7 with the attachment points and then the stabilization areas. So I wouldn't be surprised if the chopsticks can lift a booster or a ship and pretty high, fairly high winds. Hopefully the winds wouldn't be an issue today, and hopefully teams are looking at something on the OLM. I think we saw that teams went up on the OLM, and maybe they're down now. I'm still waiting to confirm that. But if the teams are now down and are leaving the area, then maybe there's a chance we'll see this lift happen soon. So earlier today we talked about what is required from SpaceX prior to the orbital launch attempt. We talked about, it's a great sign that Booster 7 is about to be lifted onto the OLM again. And then the next major thing that I would like to see is Ship 24 roll from the production build site back to the launch site. So over the last few weeks, people have been keeping a very close eye on Ship 24 to see. There were a couple specific points that folks knew that SpaceX had to complete prior to the launch attempt, and we saw those get completed. So, for example, those hooks that used to be used for the squid to attach to the top of Ship 24 and for it to be lifted, those were removed a while ago, and there were gaps in the heat shield tiles where those hooks were. So those gaps were there for weeks, and folks were like, when we start to see those gaps filled, that's a good sign that they're moving forward and that Ship 24 is still the plan for the orbital launch attempt. They did fill in all of those heat shield tiles based on what we can see from the angle of the rocket garden, so that's great. At least, I think maybe I heard last week there might have been one or two somewhere that still need to be filled in, but they filled in most of the ones that were missing from what I can see, so that's great. I also saw that folks were working on the flight termination system. That had to have been probably about a week ago, maybe a little bit more. So folks were on a lift working on that area of the FTS, or the flight termination system. So the FTS is designed to basically explode the vehicle if it was to go off course during the launch attempt. So I believe there's a strip of explosive. I forget what the word is for it, but basically going up the length of the booster between the common dome where the ship's oxygen and methane tanks meet, that would an explosive would trigger that to be destroyed partially, and then the fuels would mix and it would explode. Again, that would be to keep a booster or a ship from going off course and harming or endangering anybody. So the fact that they were working on that is a good sign. Now, do we know whether the FTS is now flight ready or not? We don't. We just know that they were working in that general area. But it was another great sign for getting to the point where we'll see a launch date. I also saw that they were up inside one of the manholes. I guess what can we call those? They're crew access. I don't even know. I don't know what we can call them. But there's a bunch of holes, 3 holes in the ship that folks can actually go into and work inside the vehicle and check out to make sure everything's right. So again, they're working on Ship 24. They're getting it ready for launch date. These are all great things. So the next thing I would hope to see is them to start rolling Ship 24 out to the launch site. If Booster 7, let me just check, make sure it's not being lifted. If Booster 7 gets onto the OLM today, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ship 24 get rolled out sometime this week. We'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition. Once Ship 24 gets down here, again, we'll want to see it lifted on top of Booster 7 to make a full stack. Really excited to see full stack return to Starbase. It's been a while, or it feels like it's been a while. It really hasn't been that long, but that's just always a great moment seeing a full stack down there. And then we know we're close. I don't know what other tests they're going to decide to do before launch date. I don't think they're going to do anything big. I don't think there's going to be another wet dress rehearsal or another 33 engine static fire or anything like that, but you do never know. So Booster 7 hopefully lifted today. Ship 24 rolled out hopefully this week, hopefully stacked in the next week or so. Then maybe there's going to be a couple weeks of them testing, checking everything out, making sure all the new changes to the OLM are still holding up while full stack's there. And then we just got to wait for that FAA launch license. So things are looking pretty good. Let me check in on chat to see how we're doing here. I actually don't have my phone. One sec. Big Ferry is here. Welcome, Big Ferry. Stephanie B says hatches. Yes, those 3 hatches that allow crew to get into the vehicle. It's weird using the word crew to talk about, SpaceX workers, because eventually when we're talking about crew, we're going to be talking about a space crew, astronauts that are going to go in Starship. So I'm still trying to figure out what the right word is to use. Like when SpaceX workers sounds weird. Like SpaceX workers are up on the lift. SpaceX crews are up on the lift. Like that sounds a little bit better, but I don't know. Still, it's a little bit funky to use the word crew. Stephanie B says payload, CH4, and locks hatches. Yep. Senki says thank you. Hashtag Space Junkie. Thanks for the Space Junkie community. And I think that's all we got for questions and comments here right now. So yep, I'm gonna go back full screen. We'll keep looking at Booster 7 here. Let me check a couple things here to see if there's any updates. People think that the crew that was working on the launch mount are gone. So we think that the pad is cleared again, which would be required for this lift. So yeah, let me go full screen and we'll see if this thing gets lifted off soon. And of course, for anybody just joining, when I say lifted off, we're not looking for a launch today. We're just hoping to see the tower lift Booster 7 onto the launch mount today. Detroit says access hatches. Yep, I like that as well. Yeah, hatches is definitely the right word. I think viewing conditions have kind of deteriorated a little bit. Deteriorated is not really the right word because they're still pretty good. So I want to see this thing happen pretty soon here, just to make sure that we get a good sighting of it. Welcome, Sandor. And just some other space news to update y'all on. NASA commercial crew Twitter, their official Twitter at commercial_crew, tweeted out launch update. NASA and Boeing Space are now targeting no earlier than January 21st for the company's crewed flight test. The CST-100 Starliner flight will take NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Barry Butch Wilmore to the space station. Again, this has nothing to do with Starbase, Starship, or SpaceX, but I'm sure y'all are aware that Boeing is supposed to start launching crew to the International Space Station on their Starliner vehicle, the crew capsule that goes on an Atlas rocket. Of course, that has had. I mean, I don't think there's any way to beat around the bush. Starliner has had a lot of issues, and it will be fun. It'll be good to finally see crew delivered safely to the ISS, and that will allow us to have redundant access to the ISS with American crew capsules, which is great. So obviously the Dragon, SpaceX, delivers crew to the ISS, and Boeing will with the Starliner as well. Again, lots of issues with the Starliner, but we're still hoping that it turns out to be a positive for our access to low Earth orbit. So just an update there. July 21st for the Boeing Space Starliner flight. Another update from the community. If you follow Ryan Hansen Space, they are organizing a little bit of a movie, if you would call it, a video. It's supposed to be artists of spaceflight showing off what orbital flight tests down here at Starbase will look like. Some folks who worked on it. Artists of Spaceflight, Ryan Hansen Space, Seabass 3D, Wigan Creative Studios, Ryer, Tony Bella, Chameleon Circuit, Eriti Ko, Kendall Dirks, Toon, Stanley Creative, Nick Henning, Cosmic Perspective, Dylan Semru, Starship 3D. I know that y'all know many of those names. They just released their trailer for their orbital flight test video, so check that out. You can find that if you follow Ryan Hansen Space on Twitter at Ryan Hansen Space. They sent a link. I can actually post that link here. Yazada is reporting that the pad clear klaxon is sounding. For all y'all Americans, that means the siren is going off, which is a great indication that we could see this lift happen very, very soon. That is giving me confidence that this lift is happening in the very near future here. So I said this earlier again, but I'll say it again. If you were just kind of hanging out in the background with this in on the background, we're hitting that next threshold where this actually might be imminent. So it might be a good time to tune back in, go full screen, and check out this lift of Booster 7. Let's hope this thing gets lifted up here. And if you go check out the orbital flight test trailer from Ryan Hansen Space and all of those great creators I mentioned, let them know we sent you. Tell them I said hi and that we're excited to watch it ourselves after stream. Tell them Rocket Future sent you. Yeah, we definitely don't have as clear of a shot as we did earlier today. Obviously, still plenty clear to see what's happening here. But I kind of do wish they got this off the ground earlier, so we'd have a clearer video. But it's not bad. It will certainly do. So what we're basically looking at is the first thing we might notice from this angle is underneath Booster 7, we're seeing some daylight shine underneath as it gets lifted. We might also notice the distance between the ship quick disconnect, and the chopsticks, that distance decrease. So we're keeping an eye out on that. Detroit Mission Control reminds me, don't forget to hit record. Thank you so much for that reminder. As soon as I see that movement start, I'm going to hit that record button. I asked everybody for a reminder earlier, so thank you, Detroit, for remembering. Now, I do recall when I saw the Ship 24 lift, when we heard that siren indicating the pad was clear, I want to say it was maybe about 10 minutes before the lift actually started, maybe 15 minutes. It could have been longer than that too. I would have to go back to the stream and look, but it's actually getting kind of chilly down here. I have to roll my sleeves down. So some other news from Starbase. It looks like S-26 is starting to get its Raptors installed, its vacuum Raptors, Raptor vacuums. So that kind of goes back to my question earlier. After launch attempt of Ship 24 and Booster 7, what is up next? Are we going to see 26 run some testing? We'll have to see. I'm really, really liking the image stabilization on our camera here. As you can see, it is bouncing up and down a little bit, but if you recall the old streams, if you were here for the streams with the PTZ camera, this thing would be bouncing all over today. So this is pretty good. Does look like the top of the tower is starting to get a little bit more obscured by clouds and fog, haze, whatever you might want to call it. So let's cheer SpaceX on here to get this thing done soon before we lose any more visibility. Let's go, SpaceX. I'm hearing that the stabilizer pins are probably in, which would be a great sign right before lift. Again, that's not confirmed. I'm just going off of what folks are saying on Twitter and in other chats. But I'm feeling pretty good about this being happening here in a second. I know I keep saying that. I'm sure y'all are used to this though by now. It's part of the experience down here. I'm going to try flipping up one more ND filter. I don't know if it's going to look better or worse. I'll just test it real quick. I don't know if that looks better or worse. Let me put it back. Yeah, hard to say. I think it looks a little better now. But yeah, the top of the tower really is starting to kind of get clouded in, so hopefully SpaceX will work with us here and get this done quickly. Oh, go figure. They're gonna wait until the visibility is at its lowest, and then they're gonna lift it. But that's okay. Tank says Central Time is the local time at the pad. Yep, we are located down here in South Texas. We are in Central Time Zone. It is currently 1:39 p.m. Central Time. It's 8:40 p.m. here in the Netherlands, says Tanks. How's the weather out there this time of the year? It's probably just starting to warm up, right? It's rainy. You get quite a lot of rain there throughout the whole year, right? In the Netherlands? The cloud layer continues to get lower and lower to the ground here. This is so stereotypical Starbase. Hey, but as long as we can still make everything out, then I have to be grateful, because sometimes you literally can't see across here. Yazada says rainy here in California too. It seems to be raining everywhere. Yeah, we had a rainy day here yesterday. Yazada, you've been getting a lot more rain than your area's used to, right? I don't know where in Cali you are, but I know like lots of areas of California got a ton of snow. And from what I understand, the snowpack up in the mountains this year is a lot deeper than it usually is. So when some of that melts, I think there's probably going to be concerns about some flooding. Zlot says, hey, Andrew. Welcome, Slot. Not to keep repeating myself, but just a 10-second update about where we are. So we were hoping to see B7 lifted earlier today. It didn't lift up, and then crews went out to the pad. Since then, those crews did leave the pad, and we did hear another pad cleared siren. Or we got word of another pad clear siren from chat here. Yazada let us know about that. So we are now holding tight to see if the lift is going to happen here soon, now that the pad is cleared again. Couple drops of rain here, which a couple drops ain't too bad, but if it starts raining, if it starts seriously raining here, I might have to get my other camera set up here in case it starts downpouring. Let me do that right now. I'm going to get my PTZ camera set up in case we start seeing a lot of rain, because we will have to switch. All right, the other camera is plugged in. That's going to take a couple minutes to initialize, and then I'm going to test it and make sure it's got a good view of the launch facility, and then we'll be good. That way, if it starts raining considerably, I'll take the expensive camera into the Jeep. And we actually still might be able to run that camera from inside of the Jeep. Huh. That's actually an interesting concept. Let me see what we could do there. Detroit is getting excited for this. I am too. I'm just a little bit concerned about these conditions, but it is what it is. Tanks uses an auto like script. That's kind of cool. So pretty much, is it any video you're watching, it just automatically gets a like? That's a great way to support YouTube channels. That's cool. That type of interaction on our channels help it grow. I think it helps probably with the recommendations and everything. So that's cool. Detroit says go gadget fog. I know, right? Welcome, Sorrero. And Beku, welcome. For anybody just joining, our viewing conditions here are getting pretty bad, but as long as we can see it, we're going to stay here. And just as quickly as viewing conditions deteriorate, they can also improve just as quickly. So I've done a couple things here to prepare in case it starts raining. Oop, I just saw my mic drop out there for a couple seconds. But yeah, what I was just saying is just we're prepped in case it starts raining, and we'll hope these viewing conditions increase. Man, we've been out here for 3 hours, and it's been pretty good, but we'll see what happens. This is what we gotta hope for not to happen on a launch day, though. Tank says auto liking videos is a handy tool to see if you've already watched a video. Maybe I should change the headline to live views of SpaceX's Starbase fog. Yeah, for anybody just joining, we've had viewing conditions kind of deteriorate over the last 10 minutes, 20 minutes. We're hoping they will improve prior to the lift of Booster 7 onto the orbital launch mount. But you can still make out the tower, you can still make out the booster, and you can still make out the mount, if not just barely. I'm hanging in here. All good. How's it going, alive, Moon? Welcome, Andy M. Anybody just joining, we've gotten fogged out a bit. Not great, but it's actually, like, within the last 5 minutes, the weather at Isablanca Park here has cleared back up a little bit. I was feeling like it was misty. I feel like it's getting brighter again. So hopefully the same will happen over at Starbase. Again, Starbase, the pad is just about 5 miles away from where we stand right here. Had a great view of the pad just a little while ago, except this cloud layer, fog layer is moved through. No idea how long it'll last. Obviously, you can just barely make out the tower and the booster. But we're hanging out here. We're gonna hope that the viewing conditions will improve just as quickly as they deteriorated. And we just gotta roll with the punches here with Mother Nature. We'll have to just wait and see, but we're not going anywhere. We're waiting this one out and hoping we see this lift. Good, how are you?
Not bad. What are you hearing?
So they're supposed to be doing a Booster 7 lift today. We had great viewing conditions here like 15 minutes ago. I'm hoping to clear back up. We'll have to see. But it won't be anything like super exciting from here. It'll be cool to see, but they're basically just taking the booster, using the chopsticks to lift it up, move it over, and put it back inside. So
That'll be 24.
Booster 7. So
That
that's
booster 7 Starship.
yeah, but
24 or
yeah,
25?
24. But 24 is still over at the production site.
Yeah.
So this, they'll have to put this on the mount, and then sometime this week, hopefully they'll move forward. So
And I'm kind of thinking up that maybe within the next week and a half or 2 weeks they might try the suborbital launch or the orbital launch.
it's possible. I personally would probably say closer to 3 to 6. But it's not impossible that they get everything together in the next couple weeks either.
I don't know if they've gotten the launch license yet.
It hasn't been confirmed if they have or not, but probably not. I think most people, there's people that are always looking at the FAA site as soon as something gets released. Most people will hear.
Oh yeah.
So
I think I've talked to them before.
probably.
Not sure.
Yeah, most likely. I'm out here all the time.
I go over there whenever I can.
Very good.
Running over. It's just so cool. If you know what's going on and you go there often enough, you'll see small little changes.
Absolutely.
The shielding around the
All
mouth.
around, yep.
Something or another.
It's really cool stuff.
So you stay down here?
I live up in Laguna Vista.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm here. Down here here always.
Yeah, I've met Chief.
Yep.
And
Love Chief.
I can't remember Chief. There's a younger woman that lives in Brownsville, dark hair.
Jets maybe?
I think that might be it.
Yeah. Sounds like probably Jets.
It's fascinating to chat with people.
Absolutely.
Australia, the UK, and France.
Someone from all over to see this.
I talked with a guy from Greece.
Cool.
Yeah, they did Starship trips just to see this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I thought, oh yeah, we're going to go see some other stuff too. But it was SpaceX on the app.
Yeah. That's awesome. Good to see. Cool stuff.
Catch you later.
Yep. Sounds good. How's it going, Below, and Xfox? I just spoke with a gentleman here, just talking about all the people that are coming down to see this stuff live, which is really cool. I'm currently resetting my second camera. I'll give y'all something to look at while we're waiting to see if this fog clears up. I'll show off the area and stuff. Zlot says the booster's still there, or somebody stole it? Yeah, I don't know. I think somebody might have snagged it. No, booster's still there for sure. I don't think it's been lifted yet. You know, that would be just our luck if the fog rolled in. Don't worry about this focus here. I'll fix that in a second. Fog rolled in. They did the lift. Fog rolls out, and all of a sudden, booster's on the pad. Imagine that. Let me fix this for you. I don't know if things are getting worse or better out of viewing, but we'll see. Good, how are you? Okay, yeah, second camera. What do we got for second camera? Why is the opacity down on that camera? There we go. I'm looking on the right-hand side through the fog, trying to see if it looks like Booster 7 is still on the ground. Yeah, it's still on the ground. But the visibility is a little better. Let's hope that continues to trend that way. Okay, so people are stating that the ship or the booster did move a little bit, which usually we see these small adjustments before the lift. So we might actually see this thing get lifted here in a couple of minutes if that is indeed true, and hopefully we'll have just good enough viewing conditions to see it. Yeah, it's definitely gone up a couple inches. I'm looking at the NSF feed. And if we get an indication that it's officially off of the ground when that comes, I will go full screen on it just to get the best view we can. That's all we can do. But for now, I do have this view of Isla Blanca Park, South Padre Island, on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see the waves breaking up against the... it's not really a jetty, but the rocks over there. We can take a look at some boats. Conditions are improving a little bit. If you take a look at the right-hand side of the screen, you can kind of make out Booster 7 and the tower now. It's getting brighter here at the park, so if this is moving that way, that should be a good sign. I'm gonna grab some water here. All right, still able to make out the booster and tower. If it stays like this, that's great. But I'm looking to the right. I'm looking to the right side of it towards the build site, production site. There's still a real low layer there. So depending on which way the wind is going and which way these are moving, then we'll see. We shall see. But yeah, looking at some other feeds, there has been some movement with the booster, so that's good news. It is still down. It has not started to lift, but it has been shifted around a little bit, looking like they're trying to get it out. All right, and folks are saying that the clamps are releasing. So if that's the case, this lift will be happening soon. I know this is the second or third time I've said that, but we're going to hope it's true this time. It's definitely the third or fourth time I've said that. And hopefully it'll happen while we have at least a little bit of a view. Let's go full screen again in case this is about to happen. I can make out the build site a little bit more as well now. I'm not as concerned about that lower area of clouds. So at least for the next few minutes, I don't think we're going to have any decrease in visibility. If anything, we might continue to increase, which would be fantastic. If we can get back to where we were earlier, I don't know if that's going to happen, but it would be pretty awesome. Dang, you can almost see everything now. Little by little. Thanks for being patient with us, folks. If anybody's just joining, again, hoping to see Booster 7 lifted up here onto the OLM. We've given up on trying to estimate when. SpaceX is doing the thing they usually do, and we're playing the hurry up and wait game as we always do. But it wouldn't be Starbase streams without hurry up and wait. Ciao. Visibility is increasing. If it stays even this good, I would be happy for a lift. I'd like a little bit more, but if it's this good, then I'm happy because we just saw how bad it can be. Original F says, I am a moose. Nice to meet you, moose. Starting to think I should have brought a sweatshirt down here to the Isablanca Park today. Again, we are down here at Isablanca Park on the southern tip of South Padre Island, just about 5 miles from the Starbase launch site. We have a view across of Starbase right here. A little bit foggy. It was better earlier. Hoping it will be better again. But we're just hanging out here, enjoying the views, and hoping to see a booster lift onto the orbital launch mount. Been here for a bit over 3 hours at this point, and I'm just checking out this car behind me. 1 second. I don't know what they were doing, but they're gone. So yeah, just waiting to see. Of course, this is the Starbase facility in South Texas, just about as far south as you can get on the Gulf Coast of Texas. Starbase sits just a couple miles from the Mexico border. The Booster 7 lift onto the pad will be a great milestone of the short list of checklists left prior to the flight test, hopefully next month. See Booster 7 lifted onto the pad, then Ship 24 will hopefully get rolled from the build site to the launch site, and eventually stacked on top of Booster 7, making a full stack. It'll be the first full stack we've seen in a few months, a couple months at least. And after that, we're unsure whether or not we'll have any more tests that SpaceX needs to complete before the launch attempt, or if they'll go right into preparations and wait for that FAA launch license and get this rocket off the ground. Taking a look at the horizon here, I am seeing that the build/production site is a little bit less visible now, and I think that is moving from right to left, so we might have another fog out here, but it doesn't look like it'll be as long or as as dense. So these conditions will continue to fluctuate between worse and better. And we're just going to keep our fingers crossed that we have a decent view when this thing finally takes a lift from the orbital launch tower. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to put those in the chat. We'll do our best to answer the questions, whether they're about Starbase, Starship, anything space in general, about this area of Texas, or anything you got. Just put that right on in the chat. It's just past 2:20. Let's see, it's 2:24 Central Time right here. Today's closure goes until 8 p.m. Central Time, so plenty of time in the window. However, I have just about 2.5 hours left of battery life for today's stream. In the event that they don't lift Booster 7 today, which again I do believe we are going to see a lift, but in the event that they don't lift Starbase tonight and setting up a remote camera to get a really nice close-up shot of the lift when it does happen. We had a remote camera for the 33/31 engine static fire just a couple months ago. Definitely check out our YouTube or the Twitter for those pictures. That was a really fun one. The 31 engine static fire was an absolute blast. So many people came out to the park for it. Everybody was having a good time hanging out here. That was another one of these days where we had long delays. We don't actually know if there was any delays involved, but we expected the static fire to happen earlier than it did. So a lot of people were just waiting, and then it finally happened, and everybody was super psyched on it. It was a really good time. The sound was incredible. Seen a lot of static fires from down here at Isablanca Park, and it was definitely the loudest, like by far, of any of these static fires before that, which makes sense. Oh, we got something else to look at. We got a different type of lift happening now. It's not Starbase related, but let me bring you in on this camera, and then check this out, folks. There is a blimp that is used by U.S. Customs, or not Customs, but Border Control, and that blimp is currently doing its own lift. So that blimp is a lot bigger than it looks on this camera here. I don't even know what to compare it to. It's bigger than an RV. It's absolutely massive. I really don't know what to compare the size of that thing to, but it's yeah, it's quite big, and it goes pretty high up. It's a tethered blimp. It's uncrewed. There's instruments and cameras and stuff on it. There's nobody on it. But like I said, that's the size of probably 2 or 3 RVs, maybe even 4 RVs, and that's gonna start making its way up. Zlot says, "Hello, Andrew. I'm Hungarian and a Space Junkie fan. I'm glad to be here. I wish you good luck." Thank you very much, Zlot. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you. Welcome, Raymond Ramon. Welcome. We'll follow that blimp up as far as we can until it gets into the clouds. And as I said, on that right-hand side of the screen, that fog layer is definitely, yeah, it's definitely getting bad again. Steve says, thanks for the stream from Space Junkie. It is my pleasure as always. Hey, at least we're seeing something lift, even if it's not Booster 7. I'm gonna take another 2 or 3 minute break here just to grab another bite of food here. I'll be right back. Steve Steve says thanks for the stream. Oh, I think I already answered that. But as I said, no problem. It is my pleasure. Yeah, tanks. I know there's a lot of that going on. It's it's a really unfortunate struggle to try to figure out what the right solution is. But I will say that I'm down here in Brownsville. I'm right on the border, and I'm not in Brownsville proper very much. But I do go just a couple hundred feet away from the border when I'm going to Starbase, and I very rarely see anything crazy here. Once or twice I've seen folks stopped by border, but it's such a hard thing to solve for. A decision and an action plan best for all parties is near impossible to find. Oh. All right, folks. I was just doing a quick A/B test on the NSF stream, and it looks like Booster 7 has considerably lifted up. It's still in its mount. However, it looked like it went up multiple feet. So I think we are starting to see the start of this lift. Again, unfortunately, we aren't able to bring you the best video through this fog that's rolled in. about a half hour ago at this point. But I'm going to remove this message at the top of my screen, and we're just going to have the best. This is going to be the best view we got. We'll see if it clears up during this lift. Let me get everything recording. But yeah, I think we're actually seeing the lift now. So stand by while I hit record, and we'll see what we can see. Yep, folks, it's above the mount that it's on now. So keep a close eye, tune back into the stream, go full screen. I wish we had a better view for you. Obviously, definitely feel free to pull out multiple channels, but we do see the lift. This would have been a really cool, unique view from Isla Blanca Park here, and it still is. It's just we're a bit fogged out. But what you're gonna see there is Booster 7 lift pretty dang high up in the air. You're gonna see that daylight shine out beneath it. It'll separate from the ground that you see below it. It'll raise a decent amount above the OLM. It'll be pivoted above the OLM and then lowered back down. So let's try to take a look at the base of Booster 7 and see if we can pinpoint when we can see that daylight shining underneath it. Detroit reminds me, did you press record? Yes, I did. Thank you for the reminder, Detroit. I appreciate that much. I've also hit record on the broadcast here. So we should have a high quality version of the stream as well. But yeah, unfortunately we got a little bit too much fog between us and Starbase. Still taking a look at the bottom of Booster 7 there, just waiting to see that gap. But you can notice between the booster quick disconnect arm and the chopsticks that area, that space between those two have decreased, means those chopsticks are raising up. Detroit is enjoying his waffles and his rockets. Kind of looks like they've kind of paused the lift here for a moment, but it is no longer attached to that mount. It is being held up by the chopsticks right now. I'm actually going to pause my recording until it starts moving again. But again, that doesn't affect stream. That's just from my video after. If anybody is just joining us, we've been waiting for hours to see Booster 7 lifted up onto the orbital launch mount. That lift has just now officially started. It is no longer attached to the mount beside the OLM. It is now in the arms of the chopsticks. The lift is just, it looks like it's currently paused, but again, the chopsticks are holding up Booster 7 at the moment right now. Our viewing conditions have degraded a bit, but we're gonna see what we can see here, and hopefully this lift will continue here, and it should be awesome to see it lifted up and placed on the OLM. Detroit says, I'm glad SpaceX purchased the all-weather plane option with their chopsticks. I know, right? In the meantime, while the lift is kind of paused, let's take a quick look at that blimp we were taking a look at. It's almost just about to go through the cloud, which is kind of cool. I'll move that left screen out of the way when this lift continues. But yeah, as you can see on the left-hand side, that border control blimp, it's tethered out here at South Padre Island. They're currently lifting that up. Looks like it's about to go through the bottom part of this cloud layer. Booster hasn't moved after rising above its stand. So again, it is being held by those chopsticks at the moment. It is no longer on the mount that it was coming off of. So we're just waiting to see the lift continue. So just scrolling back on the video a little bit, it looks like the booster has been still for about 6 to 8 minutes now. 6 or 7 minutes. So the question is, why are they paused, and when will they continue? And what will our view be when they continue? On the left-hand side screen, you can kind of see some of those low clouds that are going through the area there. That's just about what we're seeing on the other side of the water here as well, where Starbase is at. I'll do a quick split screen update for anybody who is just tuning in. I'll jump in front of the camera here for a moment. So yeah, just to provide an update, we've been battling this fog and cloud layer coming through here for the last half hour, 45 minutes, and it looks like that's probably going to continue for a little while here. About 10 minutes ago, SpaceX did just they lifted Booster 7 out of the mount that it was in, so the chopsticks have the booster, and it's been lifted up, and it's been paused for about 6 or 7 minutes at this point. So we're just waiting for them to continue the lift. And we should see that lift up there as long as the viewing conditions continue to be at least viewable. So yeah, well, we're just gonna wait it out here and see when they start this thing back up. There's no real way to tell why they're paused, if it's a nominal operation or not. They could just have lifted it above the mount. They're checking things out, make sure everything looks good, and then once they checked everything out, they'll continue the lift. So we'll wait and see. And not only is the Booster 7 lift paused, it looks like that blimp lift is paused as well on the left-hand side of the screen there. Yeah, usually this thing goes up, I would say thousands of feet, but it's just kind of hovering there at what I would guess is a few hundred feet. I don't really know. It's hard to tell with the scale. So interestingly, here's a little bit of a Starbase update. Generally speaking, when SpaceX schedules road closures, most of the time it remains in a possible road closure state until the morning of. So like for today, for example, there was a possible road closure beginning at 8 a.m. Central Time. It wasn't until that road closure time it wasn't until like the start of the window where they actually confirmed that, yes, we're going to use this closure. Let's close down the road. It was actually a little bit after the window today. But occasionally we see these events where the day before they'll confirm that yes, we're definitely going to use this closure. That doesn't happen super often. It does happen more often lately compared to how it used to work. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because tomorrow, the road closure that was listed as a possible road closure is now listed as a scheduled road closure, meaning according to SpaceX right now, they are definitely going to use the road closure tomorrow. So the question there is, what will they use it for? So I think tonight I still might go down and put a remote camera down on Boca Chica Beach so that no matter what happens tomorrow, as long as it's down at the launch site, we should get a pretty good view of it after the fact. Again, that remote camera isn't one that we can stream from, but it is, we should be able to get some great videos from it, and those will be posted to our socials here on YouTube and on Twitter. Booster 7 is still in the same spot it was for the last few minutes. Again, if you're just joining us, the lift has started. It just hasn't progressed recently. It's kind of paused. Welcome, Ryan Vandervoort. Ryan says, what's up? Exciting stuff. Absolutely, very exciting stuff. Not too much. We're waiting to see the continuation of Booster 7. It was already lifted a little bit. We need to see it continue getting lifted up above and over to the OLM. We're battling with some clouds right now. But, yeah. Staying patient, waiting for the rest of this lift. Good to see you, by the way. Check out the left-hand screen right now. That blimp is just completely getting obscured by some of these low-level clouds here. You'll see it pop out right now. That looks really cool. Watch this. There it is. So it looks like tomorrow's road closure is scheduled from 12 p.m. noon to 12 a.m. Wait, what? That is a really weird window. I definitely got to go put my remote cam out tonight. What are they doing tomorrow? So here's the thing. They can't be doing anything too exciting because there's no Marine Safety Information Bulletin. The only thing I can think of is maybe they're going to use that time to roll down Ship 24, get it lifted up onto Booster 7. I don't know. Why would they need a 12-hour window in the middle of the day going to midnight? That's really interesting. We'll continue to look at the base of Booster 7. Once we finally start to see that daylight peek through the bottom there, that's when we know the lift has continued. Although I will say that space between the chopsticks and the booster quick disconnect almost look like it's gotten smaller again. Let me check in to see if it looks like the lift has continued or not. Oh yeah, the lift has continued. All right, folks, Booster 7 is lifting as we speak. Let me get my other camera recording again. Let's get the second camera out of the way for now. So Booster 7's going in the air. You should see that gap below it at any minute, any second. There it is, I think. All right, yeah, you can see that gap below Booster 7 now, confirming that it is definitely in the air. It is being raised up by those two black arms coming out of the orbital tower. Again, those are called the chopsticks. They're attached to the top of Booster 7. It'll lift it actually a decent amount higher than the OLM. So you'll see that being raised, and then we'll wait to see it being pivoted and eventually lowered back down. So we should barely just be able to make out the Raptors on the base of Booster 7 right now, or the engine section at least, which I'm pretty sure I can. I can make those out there. The viewing conditions improved just enough to be able to see some of this happen now, so let's hope it stays like this for the next 20-30 minutes. I don't actually think it'll take that long, but we'll have to see. I feel like generally these lifts start slow, but then at some point they actually speed up pretty quickly. This could be the last time that Booster 7 is lifted by those chopsticks. I'll put it this way, I hope this is the last time that Booster 7 is lifted by the chopsticks. And look at that gap between the chopsticks and the booster quick disconnect. So let me just point out that booster quick disconnect. It's that thing halfway up the launch tower that's sticking out. You know, it's not sticking out as far as those chopsticks. That gap is closing quickly. Look at the base of Booster 7. You can now very, very clearly see that gap under Booster 7 and that flare out where those Raptor 2 engines are at the base there. So it looks like things are speeding up very quickly here. Booster 7 is well into the air at this point. We finally got that lift that we've been waiting about 4 hours for. And the conditions are good enough that we can at least make it out. So claps and chat for that one. For anybody that was patient and hung out with us waiting for this lift to happen, thank you. It was all worth it. Lift's happening. A historic moment down here looking at Starbase. This could be the last ever lift of Booster 7 onto the OLM. A major milestone required before the orbital flight test, hopefully in the next month or so. Now the base of Booster 7 is kind of being camouflaged in with the OLM at this point. I do think they might still raise it a bit more to the point where we actually see a whole air gap between the OLM and the booster. However, they may just start to pivot it over pretty soon. You can start to see that gap right now. I kind of hope they keep raising it a bit just so you can see. Oh, and when they pivot it over, you'll see that pretty well as well. Let me check my camera, make sure I'm recording. I sure am. Stream is recording as well. Documenting this milestone. I want to say I wish we did have the viewing conditions we had earlier, but it's okay. It doesn't need to be pretty. As long as we can see what's happening, and we can at the moment, we can see that Booster 7 is very clearly completely just being lifted by those chopsticks. That's really cool to see. Check that out, folks. You can now see a complete gap between the OLM and the booster, so it's going to continue raising up a little bit, and then we'll start seeing it pivot over. And then you'll see it lifted down, or lowered down onto the OLM. Ryan said, I expect that was lifted faster than I expected once they got it going. Yeah, it actually does happen way quicker than you would think. And when Ship 24 was lifted on Booster 7, I was down there for that one, and you know, it started slow, and then once they got going, it was dang quick, surprisingly quick. But this is that moment where it looks like a building is just being lifted up by another building. Just absolute insanity. The scale, you can't really tell the scale from this distance, but just insane stuff we're talking about here. Okay, now we're gonna wait to see those arms kind of translating or pivoting. So far, the lift is looking great. Booster 7 is looking very stable. I'm curious how much the base would sway in wind, though. You know, they get a really good grasp on it, but I'm wondering if there's still a pretty good sway at the base there. Obviously, very hard to see from this distance, but I'm curious. You can even make out the chines of the booster, which is great. Those shallow fins that you can kind of see on the left side and the right side of the booster right now towards the bottom. I'm going to check on my camera. I'll be right back. update the headline here as well. Booster 7 lift onto the OLM is in progress. Very good. Let's see how much battery life we made it out with. We got an hour and a half left of our battery life here. I do expect to be seeing that pivoting happening if it's not already. So basically it's lifted the booster, now it has to turn so that the booster is above the OLM. Once the booster is directly above the OLM and centered, that's when they begin lowering it back down. And if you're looking closely, you can tell that the booster is very slowly starting to center up with that OLM. So that pivot maneuver is now actually happening. So from our perspective, it looks like the booster was a little bit further to the right. Now it's moving a little bit further to the left to align itself with the OLM. Well, you know, that's being done by the chopsticks and not the booster, but... And it's not really a left-right, how do I explain this? Like, those chopstick arms aren't being extended out or back. Think of it more of like if you have your arm up against the side of your body with your hand straight out and you turn your body to the right or turn your body to the left. Or you know those exercises where you hold a ball and then you twist your back? That's the motion that the chopsticks are doing. It is looking almost centered there, so a little bit further to go on this pivot, and then we'll start seeing it get lowered. Looks like a little bit more fog to contend with here, but we've made it this far. We'll see this through to the end. If you have any theories or thoughts about what we might see during a 12-hour closure tomorrow starting at noon, let me know what you think might happen. I'm curious if we might see a Ship 24 rollout, but I'm not sure. I would guess we're pretty close to that point where the booster is centered over the OLM. So the next thing I want to see is that gap between the booster and the mount get smaller, which would indicate that the booster is being lowered. Ryan agrees. Maybe a ship rollout tomorrow. That's what I'm hoping for. It'd be cool to see Ship 24 rolled out and stacked up. I definitely got to get it. I definitely got to get out to Starbase tonight and get that remote cam set up because I want to definitely get a good shot of that. Which means, let's see. I got to go pick up some batteries. I got to clear off an SD card. That's about it. Shouldn't be too bad. Then I'll just need to drive out there tonight. I assume, so let's say this lift wraps up at 3:30 Central Time. I would expect them to open the road by 4 o'clock, maybe 5 o'clock at the latest, assuming there's nothing else on their agenda for today's closure. I'd have to get back down there. I could get down there at 6 or 7, get the camp set up before sundown. I think that might be the plan. Yazada is saying, now lowering onto the orbital launch mount. Very, very cool. Tanks in Space also agrees. Osprey cruises with a great view, but they're looking the wrong way. They don't even know what they're missing on their other side. Oh, quick story actually. So during the second Relativity Terran 1 launch attempt, I was actually down there at Cocoa Beach, the Cocoa Beach Pier, Jetty Park rather. I was at Jetty Park, and we were at like T-minus 2 minutes or T-minus 1 minute until liftoff of the Terran 1. And this was the launch where it ended up getting scrubbed and it didn't happen. But when it was like T-minus 1 minute out, there was a ship coming into the canal there, the port there, a cruise ship. And there were dozens, I would say hundreds of people on this cruise ship, and they were all looking the wrong way. If the launch countdown continued, that thing would have taken off, and everybody would have been looking the opposite direction, completely missing the launch until they heard it, probably, which was pretty crazy. Everybody was yelling, "Turn around! Look at the launch the other way." Unfortunately, Terran 1 didn't launch that day, but I don't think we've talked about Terran 1 on stream since the actual launch day. So that was cool to see, right? Terran 1 finally did launch. The rocket was like 85% 3D printed by mass. Made it through Max Q. Second stage, engine ignition. Didn't quite go as planned, but stage separation worked from what we could tell. Beautiful launch. The blue methane plume was just absolutely, it was just so gorgeous to see. Got me really excited to see when Starship finally launches here. But I hope y'all enjoyed that Terran 1 launch as well. We did a studio stream to cover that launch. It was our first studio stream in a while. We used to do those a lot until we got so busy down here at Starbase, but. Where I had gone to see the second attempt of the Terran 1, I was invested. I was like, I need to see this thing launch, and I want to hang out with some people and chat about what's happening. So we did a studio stream. I spun up a stream in my apartment. We watched the stream. It was fun. If anybody missed it, definitely catch the next one. I'm not sure when we'll do another one, but look at that. The ship, the booster is very quickly being lowered onto the launch mount. Yazada says, I want to see Ship 24 come back out, and I want to see a full stack again. And I really want to see it fly. Rumor is the FAA should issue a launch license in about 2 weeks. I think all of that sounds absolutely doable. I think we will see Ship 24 roll out. I think we will see a full stack in pretty short term. I think we'll see that in the next couple days, hopefully. If not within at least the week. Again, we don't know for sure, and then the launch license, who knows about? Honestly, I try not to even think too much about those launch license rumors, but when it happens, it happens. If it comes out in 2 weeks, I would be ecstatic. That would be great. That would be really cool. You can now see that there's no gap left between the booster and the OLM. It still probably has a little bit to lower into. It nicely gets nestled in there, slides in for a few feet. It might be hard to see the difference between it being completely in the OLM versus just kind of mostly in the OLM. But we're going to hang out here for another a little while, at least 5, 10, 20 minutes at the most probably. And then we'll wrap up. But so far, what we've seen here today is a very successful looking lift of Booster 7 back onto the OLM. I've said those words way too many times today. This happened way later than I thought it was going to happen today. But that's okay. It was a little bit of a stressful stream with the viewing conditions and the clouds that rolled in, especially considering we had such beautiful conditions this morning. But all in all, when all is said and done, we were able to see it at least, and that's all I can ask for. It could have been entirely possible that we were completely fogged out during the lift, so I'm happy that we got to see this. I'm glad you are all here to hang out with me and watch this. I do want to switch. I want to fix my clock up there, but I'm going to just try switching to a different scene just for a quick second, and then switching back to see if it fixes it. It didn't. I'm just gonna hide the clock for now. It's clearly not working very well. So yeah, I'm not leaving here in the next couple minutes. We're still gonna be here, but for now, I do just want to say thank you for everybody that hung out with us today and had the patience to stick with us through waiting for SpaceX to actually get this lift going, and through those moments where we couldn't even see the launch pad. Really great to see y'all here coming out, supporting the channel, hanging out, and building our community. Really awesome to see everybody talk to each other and share these experiences together. So thank you for that. Let's see what Jean-Marc has to say here. Copy, paste into this translator. Jean says, Jean says, is it going to have a launch tune because I don't understand English well, please? Let me translate. All right, see if you can hear this, Jean-Marc.
Lancement, espérons-le, dans un mois environ.
Were you able to hear that? I just used a translator. Tank says, I'm out too, got my seeds ready and gonna upgrade my PC's processor. Great job. Way cooler than the hyperactive people on the other channels. Thanks, Tanks. I definitely do my best out here, but I also encourage that everybody has their own unique perspective on these streams, and that we're all out here to share these experiences. So we try to be positive about all the other channels. It isn't competition. It's there's plenty of space for all of us. Really appreciate you hanging out with us Tanks. Good luck with the PC processor. Don't forget your thermal paste. Detroit says exciting day indeed. We're gonna probably wrap up here in the next 5 minutes. Actually, let me go split screen for a few seconds here and chat with y'all. Last couple minutes for questions. So if you got any, put them in the chat now. So we got there, we did it finally. After waiting for like 4 hours, SpaceX did eventually lift Booster 7 from the stand up into the orbital launch mount, which is great news. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. it was a little bit of a difficult stream with the weather and the fog and the clouds and everything. But like I said a few minutes ago, the fact that we're able to see it is good. It's fine. It's great. And we just have to have our fingers crossed for any of the upcoming testing or eventually on launch day. We just got to hope that we have good viewing conditions for it. We don't want anything like SN11 for launch day. But realistically, I don't think SpaceX does either. I think they want to get all the data that they can. There's nothing technically holding them back from launching on a cloudy or foggy day, but we're going to sure hope that they don't. So thanks to everybody who were hanging out today. Thanks to all of our members here on the channel. Thanks to Ryan or RMD for signing up as a member on the channel today. Thank you for your support, Ryan. Everybody that was hanging out here today, I'm going to miss a lot of y'all, but I'm going to try to hit as many as possible. Yazada, Detroit, Steve, Ramon, all of the Space Junkie crew. I can't even begin to start with y'all. Chocolate Cake, Jean-Marc, Tanks in Space, Lou, Tree, Big, Sandor, all of y'all. Like I said, I'm sure I missed a lot of you in that list, but thank you all for coming to hang out and hanging out with us on the stream today and hanging out with each other, building up the Rocket Future community. Go Team Space, great stuff. Another big milestone done for SpaceX before this launch. Things are really starting to ramp back up here. All the work that they did on the OLM was at such a crazy pace and absolutely amazing to see. And now the OLM is clearly in a place where they're ready to put Booster 7 back on it, and they did that today. So I can't imagine they have that much work to do left on the OLM. Will they still do some shielding with those pipes around the bottom and outside? Possibly and maybe, probably. So when are we going to be looking at a launch? We'll have to wait to see when S24 gets down here. Hopefully if S24 gets down here in the next couple days, hopefully we'll start hearing about a launch license. Somebody threw out a rumor about 2 weeks. It's possible that we could be hearing about a launch license in 2 weeks. But again, I won't think too much about that until it happens. So we're really coming into the final leg of this race for launch date. So really cool stuff. I'm really excited. I hope you all join us. I'm noticing out of the corner of my eye, I think we have a super chat. Let me pull that up here. From Detroit Mission Control. Thank you so much for the super chat. Detroit says, hopefully I get to meet you next time I come down to Starbase. Make sure you come and say hi. I'll always be here at Isablanca Park, or I'll be down at Starbase when the road is open. So Detroit, thank you so much for that support. Again, all of those types of donations go right back into making this channel bigger and better, and making our content even better. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna wrap up stream here in the next few minutes, and then I'm gonna set some stuff up. And the work doesn't stop there. I'm going to drive out to Starbase when the road opens. I'm going to put a remote camera out there, so we have a film, whatever the heck you want to say, of everything that happens tomorrow. So I don't know what is on schedule for SpaceX tomorrow, but they have that road closure from noon to midnight here in Central Time. So, for example, if they were to roll out Ship 24 and stack that tomorrow, I'll have a great remote shot of that I'll be posting on Twitter and to the YouTube. So if you want to see that, make sure you subscribe, put on the notifications, all that stuff. You'll be notified about what's happening on the channel. We try to only go live when something big's happening, like a lift. Again, we didn't know the timing today. We did our best. But during testing streams, for launches, and very occasionally we'll do a stream where we go down to Starbase and just kind of tour around the facility to see all the updates and everything. I do actually want to do that again soon before launch. So thank you all so much. We have a Patreon. We deliver a postcard to your mailbox every month if you sign up for the postcard Patreon tier. That has photography and stories about what happens down here at Starbase on it. Pretty dang cool, if I would say. We got our merch up for sale now too. We got these hats, these Rocket Future hats. And we also have a pretty cool Rocket Future shirt with the Starbase heat shield tiles on the back. And that specifically has some stuff on it about the inaugural launch day, which I think is pretty dang cool. So you can check out the shop tab in the YouTube channel there. And that's about it. So thanks for all the support today from the Space Junkie community, everybody that stopped in here today. Thank you all so much. We'll catch you next time, and peace out.